International is a global movement of more than 7 million people who campaign for a world where human rights are enjoyed by all. Our vision is for every person to enjoy all the rights enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other international human rights standards. We are independent of any government, political ideology, economic interest or religion, and are funded mainly by our membership and public donations. Copyright Amnesty International 2020 except where otherwise noted. Content in this document is licensed under a Creative Commons Attribution, Non-Commercial, No Derivatives, International 4.0 license. CreativeCommons.org web link. For more information, please visit the permissions page on our website www.amnesty.org, where material is attributed to a copyright owner other than Amnesty International. This material is not subject to the Creative Commons license. First published in 2020 by Amnesty International Limited, Peter Benson House, 1 Easton Street, London, WC1 by 0DW, UK. Index 01/2098/2020. Original language, English. Amnesty.org. Cover photo. A protester speaks through a megaphone as smoke from coloured smoke bombs billows near people taking part in the annual May Day rally in Strasbourg, Eastern France, on May 1, 2019. Copyright Patrick Herzog, AFP via Getty Images. Contents. Regional overview: Albania, Austria, Belgium, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bulgaria, Croatia, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Latvia, Lithuania, Malta, Montenegro, the Netherlands, North Macedonia, Norway, Poland, Portugal, Romania, Serbia, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, UK. Human Rights in Europe Review of 2019. Amnesty International. 4, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 27, 29, 32, 35, 38, 41, 43, 46, 48, 49, 51, 53, 55, 57, 59, 62, 64, 66, 69, 71, 73, 76, 78, 80, 84. 3. Regional overview. In 2019, in the heart of Europe, some states actively sought to erode the independence of the judiciary to avoid state accountability. The European Union continued to outsource border and migration control. Grave human rights risks ensued. Tens of thousands of people remained exposed to conflict, violence, torture, and an uncertain future in destitute conditions. Those opposing these border and migration control policies frequently faced smear campaigns, harassment, and even administrative and criminal penalties. Increasing numbers of human rights defenders, activists, and independent media faced intimidation and prosecution. Expressions of dissent on the streets were often met with a range of restrictive measures and excessive use of force by police. Against this overall backdrop of intolerance and discrimination, minorities and those seeking to defend their rights were met with violence, increasing stigmatization of some communities. Survivors of sexual violence, including rape, continued to face obstacles in accessing justice. While 2 countries held their first ever Pride parades, there was a rollback in a number of others on law and policies related to the rights of LGBT people. In 2019, founding values of the European Union, EU, were directly challenged from within. The independence of the judiciary, an essential component of the rule of law, was threatened in Poland as the ruling party took bolder steps to control judges and courts. The process in Poland was a clear illustration of how values were changing across Europe, and concerns about the independence of the judiciary in Hungary, Romania and Turkey persisted. symptoms surfaced all over Europe, from migration policies where protection of borders was considered more important than protection of human lives, to dealing with popular dissent and public protest, which often led to abuses by law enforcement agencies. Intolerance towards religious and ethnic minorities frequently took the form of violence and discrimination. Demonstrators gathered to protest against femicide and violence against women on November 25, 2019 in Istanbul, Turkey. November 25 is International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Copyright Barak Kara by Getty Images. Human Rights in Europe. 4. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. While 2019 shows that many states failed to guarantee rights for all within their borders, nonetheless there was no shortage of courageous people who dared to stand up whatever the personal cost, and worked to hold states accountable. People took the streets in large numbers to claim their rights and campaign for a fairer and more just society. Their clear call was for governments to face their responsibilities not only at home but also in light of global challenges such as climate change. Their mobilization around these issues was a ray of hope for the future. Migration. In 2019, approximately 120,000 asylum seekers and migrants arrived in Europe irregularly. Arrivals decreased on the central and western Mediterranean routes and increased on the eastern Mediterranean route. The belief prevailed that migration and border control could best be managed by outsourcing to countries with questionable human rights records. It appeared equally acceptable for EU countries to contain migrants and asylum seekers in abysmal conditions at the periphery of the EU or just outside its borders. Human rights abuses against asylum seekers and migrants seeking to cross the central Mediterranean Sea reached new heights when renewed hostilities broke out in Libya in April. In addition to torture and arbitrary detention, they also faced shelling and direct attacks by the warring factions, resulting in the deaths of dozens of migrants and asylum seekers. Despite the deteriorating security situation, and continuing evidence pointing at systematic human rights violations in Libya's detention centres, European countries continued to cooperate with Libya to contain migrants and asylum seekers there. In November, the Italian government extended its agreement with Libya on migration for a further 3 years. Cooperation with Libya went hand in hand with the policy of closed ports established by the Italian government. Under this policy, NGO ships were denied a safe port after rescuing people at sea, and forced to wait for weeks while Mediterranean states argued amongst themselves about where to disembark them. The policy ended after a change of government in Italy, which created the conditions for a temporary agreement between France, Germany, Italy and Malta. The agreement, a small, tentative step forward, ensures minimum coordination between the 4 countries to disembark and relocate those rescued at sea. Despite consistent condemnation by human rights organizations, the 2016 EU-Turkey deal continued to shape the migration policy of the EU in the Eastern Mediterranean. Reports of grave human rights violations against asylum seekers and refugees in Turkey did nothing to deter the continued use of Turkey as a partner on migration. Ahead of Turkey's incursion into northeastern Syria in October, Amnesty International conducted dozens of interviews which suggested hundreds of Syrians were likely forcibly deported from Turkey between May and September, under the guise of voluntary returns. Meanwhile in Greece, mid-2019 saw the biggest increase in sea arrivals since 2016. This led to unprecedented overcrowding in the camps on the Aegean Islands. More than 38,000 people were held in facilities with a capacity of little more than 6,000. confronted with the ever-growing protection needs for asylum seekers, refugees and migrants in country. In November, Greece's newly installed government rushed to introduce new legislation featuring accelerated asylum procedures, increased detention and returns to Turkey. These followed trends in Austria, Finland, and Germany, which have restricted the rights of asylum seekers and placed greater focus on detention and deportations. Land arrivals via the Greece-Turkey land border increased, accompanied by serious and consistent allegations of pushbacks and violence on the Greek side. Those who managed to avoid pushbacks continued their journey through the Balkan Peninsula, amid reports that more than 30,000 people transited along this route after leaving Greece and Bulgaria. Over the 10,000 remain stranded in squalid camps in Bosnia and Herzegovina and Serbia, unable to continue their journeys due to persistent and systemic collective expulsions and violence by the Croatian police. In October, despite overwhelming evidence of human rights violations at the Croatian border, the European Commissioner recommended Croatia's full integration into the Schengen border area. Human rights defenders, individuals and civil society organizations continued to oppose these anti-migration policies as human rights defenders, providing concrete support and solidarity to migrants and asylum seekers. They rescued people at sea and in the mountains, providing transport, food and medicines to those in need all over the continent. The response of many European states to these acts of humanity was to criticize, intimidate, harass, fine and even prosecute human rights defenders. In Greece, Italy and France, governments often treated rescue activities as smuggling, and the actions of human rights defenders were considered as threats to national security, prompting the adoption of supposedly urgent, more restrictive laws. The lack of clarity in relevant EU legislation left ample room for states to make draconian interpretations of this legislation at domestic level, resulting in a chilling effect on the work of human rights defenders. Many individuals and NGOs became increasingly reluctant to initiate solidarity actions. In Turkey, dozens of human rights defenders faced criminal investigations. Human rights in Europe. 5. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. And prosecutions and were held in police custody or imprisoned for their human rights work. Amongst them, the trials of Iftanak ALS and Idilazar, honorary chair and former director of Amnesty International Turkey respectively, and 9 other human rights defenders, continued throughout 2019. The trial of Osman Kavala and 15 civil society figures also continued. Freedom of expression. Human rights defenders were not alone in facing challenges to their work. In many parts of the region, journalists who investigated corruption, organized crime and war crimes continued to be subjected to threats, smear campaigns, intimidation and in some cases physical violence, as was the case in Croatia, Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. While too often the authorities failed to condemn such attacks or undertake effective investigations, in Bulgaria it was the authorities themselves who brought charges against investigative journalists who had exposed corruption scandals potentially implicating senior government officials. In Albania, a controversial legislative package threatened the freedom of online media. Freedom of assembly. Major protests took place in numerous countries across Europe, including France, Austria, Poland, Romania, the Czech Republic and Hungary. People protested against austerity measures and about social justice, but also against corruption and about the independence of the judiciary. Protests and strikes urging governments to take measures against climate change became a regular occurrence in major European cities. In response, many states often opted for measures that breached the rights to freedom of peaceful assembly and expression. In France, Austria and Spain, Hundreds of people were injured during protests. Police resorted to unlawful use of force in France and violently disrupted peaceful gatherings in Turkey, where blanket bans were often used to deny the right to freedom of peaceful assembly. States failed to hold their security forces accountable for violence perpetrated during the protests. Some states also provided police with heightened powers, as in Germany, where measures like assigned residency or communication surveillance can now be imposed on future perpetrators of crimes. In response, some courts played a critical role in safeguarding individual freedoms by annulling blanket bans on protests or, as in Poland, by upholding the rights of protesters who expressed their opposition to nationalism and racism. This, however, came at a price. Some judges adjudicating in these cases were harassed or demoted by the Polish authorities, striving to undermine the independence of the judiciary. Independence of the judiciary. In Poland, Hungary, Romania and Turkey, legislative and administrative initiatives threatened the independence of the judiciary, the rule of law and as a result the right to a fair trial. This clash was most visible in Poland, where the government and parliament tried to implement legal and policy changes to force the judiciary to comply with its political direction. Judges and prosecutors found themselves at risk of disciplinary proceedings for speaking out in defense of the judiciary and risked becoming victims of human rights violations themselves. Smear campaigns on state and social media also targeted and intimidated individual judges. In Hungary, the erosion of checks and balances in ordinary courts continued to undermine the independence of the judiciary. In May, the European Commission warned Romania that it should address issues including interference with the rule of law by the executive, or face the triggering of a procedure under which certain rights can be suspended from a member state for persistent breach of the EU's founding values. While EU institutions promptly escalated their response to the situation in Poland, their interventions had not led to significant improvements by the end of the year. Outside the European Union, the judiciary was under threat in Turkey, following the crackdown after the 2016 coup attempt. In 2018, new legislation was introduced, allowing dismissal of officials from public service for alleged links to terrorist organizations. Hate crimes and discrimination. Evidence of a downward trend. Intolerance and discrimination often turned violent in 2019. The violence was targeted at those who spoke out in favor of minorities, tolerance and inclusion. At least 2 officials paid the highest price for upholding these values. In January, in Poland, the mayor of Gdansk, Paweł Adamowicz, a supporter of LGBT and migrant rights, was fatally stabbed during a charity event. In June, the acting administrative president of the German town of Kassel, Walter Lubke, was killed by a shot in the head for his support of policies welcoming refugees. 2 people were killed in the German city of Halle, Saar in October after a suspected far-right gunman tried to attack a synagogue during Yom Kippur prayers and afterwards attacked a local food outlet. Assaults on mosques were also reported in France. A man attempted to burn a mosque in Bayonne in October and fired shots at 2 men, seriously injuring them. Across Europe, attacks on and discrimination against Roma communities continued. In Bulgaria, Roma in Vojvodinovo and Gabrovo were subject to forced evictions and demolition of their houses. Local authorities and mobs were responsible for these incidents, and as a result hundreds of people were forcibly evicted and their houses torched or demolished. Authorities in Giugliano, Italy, evicted a community of around 450 Roma, including families with human rights in Europe. 6. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Children, and offered them no alternative accommodation. Forced evictions of Roma also occurred in Sweden and France. women's rights. In a long-awaited development and following a Belfast High Court decision, abortion in Northern Ireland was decriminalised and all pending criminal proceedings were dropped. In Slovakia, attempts in Parliament to further restrict access to and criminalise abortion continued, triggering protests of rights organisations and prompting the Council of Europe Human Rights Commissioner to call on Parliament to withdraw the law. Survivors of sexual violence, including rape, continued to face obstacles in accessing justice. Legal definitions of rape in most European countries remain based on force, at odds with human rights laws and standards, which recognise that sex without consent is rape. In countries including Denmark, Spain and the UK, there were systemic failures in sexual violence prevention, investigation and prosecution. Survivors of sexual violence and women's rights activists challenged these failings and demanded justice. In Spain, widespread protests in reaction to judgments in the Wolfpack case led the government to announce that the legal definition of rape would be amended to make clear that sex without consent is rape. Spanish courts had previously acquitted the 5 men known as the Wolfpack of rape, even while recognizing that the woman concerned had not consented, and had instead convicted them from the lesser offence of sexual abuse as violence or intimidation was not found. The rulings were eventually overturned by the Supreme Court, and the men were sentenced in June to 15 years imprisonment. Survivors and campaigners' efforts in Greece helped to change the legal definition of rape to one based on consent. LGBT rights. Pride Week events were explicitly banned in several Turkish provinces. A blanket and indefinite ban in place in Ankara since November 2017 was finally lifted in April. However, bans subsequently imposed on individual events maintained the unlawful restrictions on LGBT rights. Those who challenged the bans faced police violence, investigations and prosecutions. In Poland, up to 64 local councils adopted resolutions opposing LGBT ideology. On a more positive note, 2 countries held their first Pride parades, North Macedonia in June, and Bosnia and Herzegovina in September. Despite alarming signs of potential violence and high security measures, both events enjoyed the support and endorsement of the national authorities and took place in a festive atmosphere with no violence. Human rights in Europe. 7. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Albanian women carry placards and shout slogans during a protest to denounce institutional failure to protect women from violence, including domestic violence, during the International Women's Day in Tirana, Albania on March 8, 2019. Copyright Gençkul Laku, AFP via Getty Images. Albania. Republic of Albania Head of State, Ilimeta Head of Government, Edi Rama. Violence against women and girls was widespread and protection measures were inadequately implemented. A controversial legislative package threatened the freedom of online media. Background. The political landscape remained polarized, with opposition parties boycotting local elections in June. Regular opposition-led protests were marred by violence. The OSCE voiced criticism around the elections, noting that, although voting was generally peaceful and orderly, the atmosphere of legal uncertainty and the standoff between key institutions undermined public confidence in the electoral process. Albania's path to EU membership continued to be hindered by slow progress in tackling corruption and organised crime. Justice system. A vetting process for judges and prosecutors negatively impacted on the functioning of the judiciary. While it continued to be crucial to ensure its independence from political interference and organised crime, the process undermined the functioning of the judicial system owing to widespread dismissals and a backlog of cases. Violence against women and girls. Domestic violence remained widespread and previously adopted measures to address it were inadequate. 1 in 2 women reported having experienced violence in their lifetime, according to the National Population Survey. Over 3,200 protection orders were issued for women abused by partners and relatives. 12 women and young girls died as a result of domestic violence. The UN Human Rights Council, in its examination of Albania's human rights record under the Universal Periodic Review process, noted concerns about the low rate of reporting of cases of gender-based violence against women, the insufficient number of shelters and the frequent failure to enforce protection orders. Human rights in Europe. 8. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Women's rights. Although pervasive, gender-based discrimination at work, including sexual harassment, remained greatly underreported. In a survey by the Gender Alliance for Development Centre, most women respondents reported being subjected to sexual harassment, and some said they were denied maternity leave. The gender wealth gap persisted. Only 19% of women owned property due to poor implementation of the property registration law and a patriarchal tradition that favours male inheritance. Freedom of expression, journalists. The media remained diverse but polarised, depending on the owner's political alignment and interests. This led to selective coverage of issues. According to a local NGO, 1 in 3 journalists reported being physically or verbally assaulted because of their work. Journalist Enver Dosi was attacked by police officers while filming the arrest of demonstrators in the wake of the June local elections. The police issued an apology for their actions, but no further disciplinary or other appropriate proceedings were taken against the officers concerned. Controversial anti-defamation legislation widening the powers of the regulator of audiovisual media threatened the freedom of online media. The Council of Europe's Commissioner for Human Rights had urged the Parliament to review the draft laws of the so-called anti-defamation package and bring them in line with international human rights standards. Discrimination. Most members of Roma and Egyptian communities continued to face barriers in their access to a range of rights, including housing, education, employment and health services. A market for used clothing was open to aid Roma and Egyptian families on the outskirts of Tirana. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. To escape ostracism and various forms of discrimination, most LGBT people continued to conceal their sexual identity. A transgender person who attended the annual LGBT rally was physically abused by unidentified perpetrators. In May, the NGO Pink Embassy requested that Parliament issue an apology to those convicted for their sexual orientation under the communist regime. Human rights in Europe. 9. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. A young man is pinned down to the ground by the police during a spontaneous assembly in the context of the climate protests. MIT Greta, No Future on the Dead Planet in the Austrian capital, Vienna, on the 31st of May 2019. Copyright Lucas David Beck, @Lucas Beck. Austria. Republic of Austria Head of State, Alexander van der Bellen Head of Government, Brigitte Bierl, Interim Chancellor appointed by Head of State, replaced Sebastian Kurz in June. Several measures, which would have negative consequences for the rights of asylum seekers and women, were adopted or discussed. A new law endangered the fairness of the asylum procedure. The authorities continued to deport rejected asylum seekers to Afghanistan. The Committee of Petitions of the National Parliament discussed 2 citizens' initiatives that would restrict access to abortion. Official statistics. 11,334 individuals applied for asylum between January and November, 11.81% fewer than in the same period in 2018. Parliament introduced several legislative proposals that restricted the rights of asylum seekers. In June, it passed the law that establishes the Federal Agency for the Provision of Care and Support. This new governmental agency, embedded in the Ministry of Interior, will provide legal counselling to asylum seekers as of January 2021, replacing independent civil society counselling. This change raised serious concerns regarding the fairness of the asylum procedure. Refugees and asylum seekers. The number of asylum applications continued to decline, according to. In May, Parliament passed the Fundamental Law on Social Assistance, which reduced social benefits for people with subsidiary protection status to the level of basic care provided for asylum seekers. In the first 9 months of the year, the Ministry of Interior deported more than 200 Afghan nationals to Afghanistan, subjecting them to a risk of torture and ill treatment. The authorities decided to deport several Syrian nationals to Syria, also in clear contravention of international law, although the decisions had not been implemented at the end of the year. In June, asylum seekers living in a return centre, Rekruttungszentrum, in Fieberbrunn, Tyrol, went on a 46-day hunger strike to protest against the poor housing conditions and the remote location of the facility. The Ministry of Interior opened an inquiry into the human rights compliance of the centre's living conditions. In November, findings of the inquiry were presented. Families with school-aged children were no longer accommodated in the centre. Human Rights in Europe. 10. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Freedom of expression. In April, the Minister for the European Union, Art, Culture and Media introduced a bill in Parliament that would establish an identity verification system for users of online platforms. Companies would incur exorbitant fines up to €1 million if they fail to comply. If adopted, the law would negatively impact the right to freedom of expression on the Internet. Excessive use of force. Authorities continued to fail to establish an independent mechanism to investigate cases of ill-treatment and excessive use of force by law enforcement officials and to legally require them to wear identification badges. In May, police used excessive force against several climate activists while dispersing a spontaneous assembly. At the end of the year, an investigation by the prosecutor's office was ongoing into the conduct of several law enforcement officials. The Ministry of Interior informed Amnesty International that an internal police investigation would be conducted once the prosecutor's office had concluded its investigation. The Vienna Administrative Court ruled that several police conducts, including bag searches and the arrest of an activist, were unlawful. Civil society organizations continued to report cases of police officers discriminating against people belonging to ethnic and religious minorities through the use of identity checks and by making discriminatory comments. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. Since January, same-sex couples can marry and heterosexual couples can enter registered partnerships. Intersex individuals who do not identify as either male or female can register their gender according to a third gender option following a 2018 Constitutional Court's ruling. Women's rights. In September, the Parliament passed the Protection Against Violence Act. The law intended to improve the protection of survivors of sexual violence and strengthened cooperation between relevant institutions, more specifically between police and the courts. At the end of the year, 2 citizens' initiatives that sought amendments to abortion law were pending in Parliament. The initiatives proposed introducing a mandatory reflection period for women seeking abortion, an obligation of medical professionals to inform women about support and counselling services, as well as repealing the decriminalisation of abortion after 3 months pregnancy in case of serious risks for the fetus' mental or physical health. Human rights in Europe. 11. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. A group of Amnesty International activists holding a big banner with placards and a violet hand painted in their faces during the demonstration Stop Violence Against Women in Brussels on November 24, 2019. Copyright Romy Arroyo Fernandez, near photo. Belgium. Kingdom of Belgium. Head of State, King Philippe. Head of Government, Sophie Wilms, replaced Charles Michel in October. Parliament adopted a law to establish a federal human rights institution. Arms transfers to warring parties in the conflict in Yemen continued. Civil society called for better responses to gender-based violence. The government continued its policy to detain children for repatriation purposes but was thwarted by the Council of State. Legal, constitutional or institutional developments. At the end of April, the Federal Parliament adopted a law establishing a federal human rights institution. Civil society actors welcomed the law but were concerned about the limited mandate of the institution and about how it will fit into Belgium's complex institutional landscape. Counter-terror and security. In January and February, new laws entered into force aimed at improving the system for the financial assistance for victims of terrorism-related attacks. Despite recommendations from victims' associations, the authorities did not sufficiently address the complexity of the compensation system for victims of such attacks. Children's rights. Dozens of children with at least one Belgian parent are being held in camps for internally displaced people, Al-Hol, Al-Roj and Ein-Issa in northern Syria. Belgium repatriated 6 such children to Belgium, 4 orphans and 2 victims of international child abduction. Dozens of other children, who were accompanied by a parent, were not repatriated due to the state's continued policy that it would not facilitate the return of adults. According to Child Focus, at least 5 young Belgian children died in IDP camps in 2019. Migrants' rights. In April, the Council of State suspended the practice of holding families with children in detention for immigration purposes. In August 2018, the government had started detaining families with children in family units in the immigration detention centre of Steenokazeel, next to an airport landing strip. The practice was suspended on the basis of the possible health consequences of the noise from there. Human rights in Europe. 12. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Airport. The government announced it would improve sound insulation in order to be able to resume the detention of families with children. In February, the Commission evaluating policies relating to the voluntary and forced return of foreign nationals issued a mid-term report. This commission was set up in February 2018 to review Belgium's return policies and practices, following the identification and return of Sudanese nationals in violation of the principle of non-refoulement, whereby states are prohibited from returning individuals to a country where there is a real risk of persecution. Civil society was disappointed at the lack of critical evaluation and the lack of civil society representatives and independent experts among the membership of the Commission. In February, the Standing Police Monitoring Committee, Committee P, published a report on the police handling of refugees and migrants in transit, following a number of reports from NGOs alleging ill treatment of refugees and migrants by the police. the Committee P concluded that migrants were treated correctly and humanely in large-scale operations and made policy recommendations for a more integrated, uniform and humane approach. A review of the Committee P report by Maria, the Belgian Federal Migration Centre, concluded the report did not contradict NGO findings, since it did not verify the cases reported by NGOs and only focused on large-scale operations and on formal complaints. Maria highlighted a number of issues with protecting human rights of migrants during arrest, and recommended the authorities be more proactive in investigating police violence, also when no formal complaint was made. Detention. Prisons continued to be overcrowded. Prisoners were detained in dilapidated facilities and had insufficient access to basic services. In May, the European Court of Human Rights gave its judgment in the case of Claessens v. Belgium. It found that during a protracted staff strike in 2016, material prison conditions amounted to a violation of the prohibition of inhuman or degrading treatment. In July, a new law entered into force aimed at introducing minimum service provisions in prisons during industrial action. Violence against women and girls. In February, the State P submitted its first report to the Council of Europe's Group of Experts on Action Against Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, GREVIO, outlining the state's efforts to implement the Istanbul Convention. Nearly 50 civil society organizations urged Belgium to step up its efforts and to allocate sufficient resources to tackle gender-based violence. ARMS trade. The Walloon region continued to allow arms transfers to members of the Sword-Dialed Coalition in Yemen, following licenses worth €195.8 million granted for transfers to Saudi Arabia in 2018. In June, the Council of State cancelled 8 licenses stating that the Walloon region had failed to examine the conduct of the buyer country. NGOs called on the government to stop arms transfers to countries committing serious violations of international humanitarian law and human rights law. Amnesty International and others launched the Walloon Arms Monitor, an attempt to hold the Walloon region accountable to its international obligations with respect to arms trade. Police and security forces. In February, the UN Working Group on People of African Descent conducted a fact-finding mission. The working group called for action on racial profiling by police, including through documenting and analysing stop and searches. In December, the Human Rights Committee expressed concern at the persistence of ethnic profiling and urged Belgium to change its laws to explicitly prohibit ethnic profiling. Racial discrimination. Several UN bodies, including human rights bodies and UNESCO, expressed concern over the persistence of racism and anti-Semitism and called upon the state to take measures. Human rights in Europe. 13. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. People march with a banner and rainbow flags during the first Bosnian Pride Parade Imais Arc in Sarajevo on the 8th of September 2019. Copyright Martina Salaf. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina Head of State, Rotating Presidency, Milorad Dodik, Zeljko Komšić, Šefik Zaferovic Head of Government, Denis Zvizdik. The authorities failed to provide basic reception and support to thousands of refugees, asylum seekers and migrants stranded in the country. Minorities continued to face widespread discrimination and social exclusion. Threats and attacks against journalists and media freedom persisted. Access to justice and reparations for civilian victims of war remain limited. Refugees and asylum seekers. Bosnia and Herzegovina, BiH, failed to provide asylum seekers with effective access to international protection or adequate reception conditions. 1 Tens of thousands of people travelled through BiH, most intending to seek asylum in the European Union. By the end of 2019, the authorities had registered almost 29,000 irregular entries. Numerous bureaucratic obstacles to registration, lack of adequate legal assistance and translation, limited capacity and scarce financial support for potential asylum seekers prevented effective access to international protection. By the end of the year, less than 5% of the 28,000 people who expressed their intention to apply for asylum had managed to do so. The authorities at different levels failed to cooperate to meet the needs of over 8,000 refugees and migrants stranded in the country, many as a result of pushbacks from neighbouring Croatia. Temporary reception centres, operated by the International Organization for Migration, housed around 4,000 people in overcrowded and inadequate conditions. Reception centres remain solely located in one of the country's two entities, the Federation BiH, primarily in Unisana Canton. The authorities in the other entity, Republika Srpska, refused to set up any camps on their territory. In May, local authorities forcibly transferred around 800 people, mostly single men, to an informal camp in Vukjak, a former landfill site without access to drinking water or adequate sanitation and in close proximity to a minefield. The UN Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights of Migrants warned the authorities that the site posed a serious health and safety risk and was completely unfit for human occupation. The camp was finally dismantled in December and people accommodated. They were transferred to formal reception centres elsewhere in the country. Human rights in Europe. 14. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Discrimination. Roma continued to face systemic barriers to education, housing, health services and employment. The inability to register a permanent residence remained an insurmountable obstacle preventing many Roma from accessing basic rights and services, many of which require a legal proof of residence. LGBT people faced widespread social exclusion and discrimination. Although LGBT rights organizations reported improved cooperation with the police and judiciary in the Federation BiH, acts of violence and discrimination against LGBT people were not thoroughly investigated. Despite the several counter-protests and threats of violence, the country's first Pride event was successfully organized in September in Sarajevo. The authorities failed to implement multiple rulings of the European Court of Human Rights and the BiH Constitutional Court that found the power-sharing arrangements set out in the Constitution to be discriminatory, preventing people who did not belong to one of the constituent peoples, Bosniak, Croat or Serb, from running for legislative and executive office. Freedom of assembly and expression. The pattern of threats, political pressure and attacks against journalists continued. Journalists were targeted because of their ethnic origin and the content of their work. They ranked 63rd out of 180 countries in the Reporters Without Borders World Press Freedom Index. In January, the authorities in Republika Srpska used excessive force to break up months-long protests demanding the truth over the unexplained death of a youth in 2018 and banned further gatherings in the entity's capital, Banja Luka. Legal amendments seeking to criminalize unauthorized filming or photographing of public officials during protests in Republika Srpska were withdrawn following pressure from journalists' associations and the international community. Migrants' rights. The BiH Ministry of Security revoked the residence permits of several Turkish nationals, putting them at risk of forcible return to Turkey. The ministry took the decision shortly after a state visit by Turkey's president, during which he requested the deportation of Turkish citizens residing in BiH because of their alleged links with the so-called Fethullah Gulen movement, which Turkey considers to be a terrorist organization. Crimes under international law. In March, the Appeals Chamber of the International Residual Mechanism for Criminal Tribunals in The Hague upheld the original 2016 verdict and sentenced the former Bosnian Serb leader Radovan Karadzic to life imprisonment. The BiH Council of Ministers failed to adopt the revised war crimes strategy. Domestic prosecution of war crimes further slowed, with over 550 cases pending before various courts at the end of the year. Systemic deficiencies in the prosecutor's office, including a persistent backlog of cases, ineffective case management and a dramatic decline in conviction rates, threatened to leave many victims without justice, truth and reparation. The Republika Srpska law on the protection of victims of wartime torture entered into force in January. By the end of the year, 86 people had applied for the status of victims of wartime rape and monthly financial support. Nevertheless, applicants face numerous obstacles in the process, including lack of information, difficulty in securing adequate documentation, unclear procedures and arbitrary refusals. Criminal courts continued to grant financial compensation to victims of wartime rape. However, with one exception, such claims could not be enforced as perpetrators lacked sufficient funds. Victims who pursued compensation claims in separate civil proceedings had to do so at their own cost and routinely faced rejection owing to the widespread application of the statute of limitations to reparation claims by all courts in BiH. In August, the UN Committee Against Torture ruled in the case of a victim of wartime rape that the statute of limitations or the inability of perpetrators to pay compensation should not prevent victims from receiving the redress awarded by the courts, and ordered BiH to provide all victims of torture with adequate compensation and access to medical and psychological support. Lack of resources and capacity and poor cooperation between the authorities continued to hamper the search for 7,200 people still missing as a result of the armed conflict. 1. Amnesty International, Bosnia and Herzegovina, pushed to the edge. Violence and abuse against refugees and migrants along the Balkans route. Index Euro 5/9964/2019. www.amnesty.org web link. Human Rights in Europe. 15. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. People gathered to protest against the only nominee for Bulgaria's chief prosecutor Ivan Gesev in Sofia on October 23, 2019. Copyright Nikolay Doishinov, AFP via Getty Images. Bulgaria. Republic of Bulgaria, Head of State, Roman Radev, Head of Government, Boyko Borisov. Conditions in reception and detention centers for refugees and asylum seekers remained inadequate. Domestic violence was widespread. A climate of xenophobia and intolerance intensified in the run-up to elections. Widespread discrimination against Roma, Jews and other minority communities resulted in incidents of violence and harassment. Journalists were threatened and prosecuted because of their work. Migrants and asylum seekers remained inadequate, despite the significantly reduced number of people entering Bulgaria. Detention, including of unaccompanied children, remained a routine practice. Irregular migrants and detention centers had limited access to legal representation, interpretation or health care, including essential psychological and psychiatric care. The authorities lacked systems to correctly identify asylum seekers in particularly vulnerable situations and provide them with safe accommodation and adequate support. Refugees and asylum seekers. reception and accommodation conditions, including food provision. 4. Discrimination against certain groups resulted in some asylum seekers facing an increased likelihood of having their applications rejected. People from countries including Pakistan, Iraq and Algeria seemed to receive automatic rejections, while the recognition rate of Afghan nationals remained significantly lower than that in many other EU countries. Violence against women and girls. Bulgaria failed to ratify the Istanbul Convention following a sustained campaign by far-right groups, supported by the nationalist parties in the coalition government, and a 2018 Constitutional Court ruling declaring the convention unconstitutional. Domestic violence remained widespread, with significant underreporting masking the true scale of the problem. Police failed to thoroughly investigate violence against women. Funding for shelters and support services was insufficient and human rights in Europe. 16. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Victims in some regions had no access at all to shelters or assistance. In February, the National Assembly amended the country's criminal legislation to introduce tougher penalties for perpetrators of domestic violence. However, the measures were partial and insufficient. The Council of Europe asked Bulgaria to invest more in education and prevention programs and provide consistent funding for shelters and psychological and other support for the victims of domestic violence. Discrimination. Racist and intolerant rhetoric increased in the lead-up to European Parliament and local elections. The authorities not only failed to condemn hate speech, but some actively encouraged or engaged in it. Minority groups continued to be at risk of persistent discrimination and harassment. The UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights noted limited impact of the government's Roma integration strategy, with Roma remaining disproportionately affected by poverty and social exclusion and facing systemic barriers to education, housing, health services and employment. In January, following violent anti-Roma protests in Voivodinovo triggered by an incident in which 2 Roma men assaulted a Bulgarian army officer, the authorities forcibly evicted and demolished the homes of local Roma, leaving more than 50 people, including children, without alternative accommodation. In April, several Roma homes in Gabrovo were burned down by a violent mob calling for the town to be cleansed of its Roma community, following widely circulated footage that showed Roma men allegedly assaulting a shop owner. Nearly 80% of the Gabrovo's 600 Roma fled the village as a result of the violence. Instead of providing police protection, the authorities instructed the Roma to flee, according to some members of the community and Roma rights activists. The Bulgarian National Movement, VMRO, party, a member of the coalition government, proposed a strategy for integration of unsocialized Roma, including measures to restrict welfare payments to Roma families, provide free abortions for mothers with more than 3 children, dismantle informal settlements and eradicate crime in gypsy ghettos. The proposed strategy was widely criticized by human rights organizations. Political parties and government officials made discriminatory and xenophobic statements. Deputy Prime Minister Krasy Makharyushinav regularly used derogatory language about Roma and called for a final solution to the gypsy question. The government failed to unequivocally condemn his statements. In January, the Supreme Administrative Court in Bulgaria ruled that Valery Simeonov, the former Deputy Prime Minister, was not liable for harassment resulting from openly anti-Roma public statements he had made in 2017, thereby overturning a rare lower court conviction for hate speech. In February, over 2,000 members of far-right groups gathered in Sofia to honor a Bulgarian pro-Nazi general despite the opposition of Jewish groups and other political parties. Physical attacks against religious sites. including the desecration of cemeteries, continued throughout 2019. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex (LGBT) groups reported a rise in the number of homophobic incidents. In July, a court officially recognized a marriage between two women who married in France. Despite the ruling, same-sex unions, which are explicitly prohibited by the Constitution, remained illegal. Freedom of expression. In September, the VMRO asked the country's Prosecutor General to deregister the Bulgarian Helsinki Committee, one of the oldest and largest human rights organizations in the country, accusing it of unconstitutional, unlawful, immoral and openly anti-Bulgarian activities. Journalists continued to face intense political pressure, threats and intimidation, as a significant portion of the media remained under the tight control of political parties. The authorities brought criminal charges against investigative reporters who exposed corruption scandals that potentially implicated senior government and judicial officials, while others routinely faced threats for their work. Journalists who were publicly opposed to the government were particular targets. In September, a popular Bulgarian national radio channel came off air for several hours and its editor was suspended from her job after she had criticized the appointment of the new Prosecutor General, which sparked public protests. Bulgaria remained the lowest-ranking EU member state on the World Press Freedom Index, lagging even behind other countries in the Balkans. The NGO Reporters Without Borders ranked Bulgaria 111th out of 180 countries in terms of press freedom. Human rights in Europe. 17. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. A group of migrants from the Asian continent walk on a dusty track through a wooded area in the countryside, near Bosanska Krupa, in northern Bosnia, on July 3, 2019, after being physically expelled by police from neighbouring Croatia for another illegal attempt to cross the border into EU. Copyright Elvis Baraksic, AFP via Getty Images. Croatia. Republic of Croatia Head of State, Kolinda Grabar-Kitarovic Head of Government, Andrej Plenković. Refugees and migrants faced pushbacks and abuse by the Croatian police. Domestic violence continued to attract light penalties and protective measures were rarely enforced. Women faced numerous barriers in accessing abortion. Journalists were threatened and prosecuted because of their work. Refugees and asylum seekers. Croatia failed to provide refugees with effective access to international protection and used pushbacks and collective expulsions, frequently accompanied by violence, to keep people out of its territory. NGOs and the media documented numerous cases of refugees and migrants being apprehended deep inside Croatian territory, held for hours in police custody and forcibly returned to Bosnia and Herzegovina in groups without an opportunity to seek asylum. Such returns took place without due process and away from official border crossings. People reported being rounded up by police, shouted at and beaten with batons, stripped of their clothes and made to walk barefoot, sometimes through deep snow and freezing rivers. 1. The authorities continued to deny the violence. However, in July the president acknowledged that pushbacks, accompanied by some violence, were necessary to prevent irregular entries. In July, the Swiss Federal Administrative Court suspended the return of an asylum seeker to Croatia, citing the risk of repeated pushbacks and violence that had left him with serious physical and psychological consequences. The authorities targeted two NGOs, IU Sirius and the Center for Peace Studies, who criticized police activities at the border. The NGOs were accused of facilitating illegal migration and activists and volunteers were detained without charge. an appeal against the judgment of the EU Serious volunteer convicted of involuntary negligence for assisting an Afghan family to cross the border was pending at the end of the year. Fewer than 150 asylum seekers were granted international protection in Croatia during 2019. Violence against women and girls. Croatia had still not fully harmonized its legislative and policy framework on gender-based violence with the Istanbul Convention by the end of the year. In the Human Rights in Europe 18. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Vast majority of cases, domestic violence continued to be treated as a minor offence, attracting lesser penalties, and protective measures were rarely enforced. The practice of dual arrests persisted, with some women who reported abuse being arrested as co-perpetrators, questioned in the presence of the abuser and, in some cases, sanctioned for offensive language or acting in self-defense. Despite considerable improvements, the law on protection against domestic violence continued to exclude victims who did not share the same residence as a partner, who had lived with their partner for less than 3 years, or who did not have children with their partner, forcing some women to undertake private prosecutions against their abusers. Shelters for victims of domestic violence were not available in 6 regions, and facilities and support services in others remained underfunded. The vast majority of successful rape convictions resulted in prison sentences of 1 year or less. The criminal law continued to distinguish between rape and the lesser offence of sexual violence without consent, which carried lighter penalties. In September, the government announced legal amendments that would bring the definition of rape into line with international standards and increase penalties for crimes of gender-based violence. Right to health. Women's access to sexual and reproductive rights remains seriously constrained. Individual doctors, and in some cases healthcare institutions, continued to refuse abortions on the grounds of conscience. In several regions, abortion services were not available at any authorized clinic, and women were often forced to travel to nearby towns at their own cost. National health insurance did not cover termination of pregnancy, and the cost at some authorized clinics was prohibitively high. Combined, these factors represented insurmountable obstacles for women with lower socio-economic status, forcing some to seek unsafe clandestine abortions. The National Assembly failed to adopt a new law on termination of pregnancy by the deadline set by a 2017 Constitutional Court ruling. An expert commission set up by the Ministry of Health was widely criticised for including conservative healthcare professionals and no representatives of organisations advocating sexual and reproductive rights. Crimes under international law. The fate and whereabouts of over 1,500 of the 6,000 people who went missing during the 1991 to 1995 armed conflict remained unknown. The authorities warned that further progress depended primarily on an improved cooperation with the Serbian authorities, who failed to provide information about the locations of mass and individual graves. In July, the National Assembly adopted the Law on Missing Persons, granting victims and their families special rights to truth and justice. Freedom of expression. Journalists who investigated corruption, organized crime and war crimes continued to be threatened, intimidated and, in some cases, attacked. The authorities failed to condemn such attacks. In September, journalist Gordon Duhasek was arbitrarily detained for 24 hours on charges of discrediting public authorities for posting a satirical message on Twitter. His arrest was criticized by the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe and the Council of Europe. Discrimination. Discrimination against ethnic minorities, as well as refugees and migrants, remained widespread. Roma continued to face numerous barriers in accessing education, health, housing and employment. Human rights in Europe. 19. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. A refugee stands in front of the UN buffer zone in Nicosia on the island of Cyprus, the 15th of February 2019. The divided island is currently one of the main gates to Europe for refugees. However, the lack of infrastructure, bureaucracy and xenophobia make life difficult for those seeking protection. Copyright Chrissy Wilkins. Cyprus. Republic of Cyprus. Head of State, Nikos Anastasiades. The year saw an upward trend in refugee and migrant flows and asylum applications. Background. In November, the UN Secretary-General met the Greek Cypriot and the Turkish Cypriot leaders, who renewed their commitment to achieving a comprehensive and durable settlement within a foreseeable horizon. Refugees and asylum seekers. Between January and September, 1,500 refugees and migrants arrived by sea, compared to 400 during the same period. In 2018, Cyprus continued to have the highest number of registered first-time asylum applicants per capita in the European Union, EU. Between January and December, 13,259 people registered their asylum claims, in comparison to 7,761 during the whole of 2018. Meanwhile, despite a reported increase in the number of staff dealing with asylum claims, the backlog of applications reached over 16,437 by the end of the year. The NGO Cyprus Refugee Council expressed concern that the increase in numbers worsened pre-existing shortfalls in asylum procedures and reception conditions. In particular, lack of capacity in the Kofinu Reception Centre, together with insufficient material assistance, resulted in many asylum seekers living in housing of poor quality or being homeless. At the end of September, Ahmed H., a Syrian national and a former long-term resident of Cyprus, was allowed to return to Cyprus and reunite with his family. He had been imprisoned for more than 3 years by the Hungarian authorities and unjustly convicted of complicity in an act of terrorism. Following his release, he spent more than 8 months in immigration detention waiting for the Cypriot authorities to decide on his fate. During that time, Ahmed H. was at risk of being forcibly returned to Syria. Enforced disappearances. Efforts to establish the fate of the people who went missing during the intercommunal fighting of 1963 to 1964 and the events of 1974 continued. During the year, the Committee of Missing Persons in Cyprus exhumed the remains of 28 people, bringing the total number of exhumations since 2006 to 1,217. Between 2006 and 2019, the remains of 969 missing individuals, 700 Greek Cypriots and 269 Turkish Cypriots, were identified. Human rights in Europe. 20. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Violence against women and girls. In April, the uncovering of the murders of 5 migrant women and 2 young migrant girls by a serial killer drew international attention to the multiple forms of discrimination and exploitation experienced by female migrant workers in the country. The NGO KISA denounced the authorities' failure to take special measures to protect migrant women subjected to gender-based violence and called for an investigation into the handling of the case by the police. Serious concerns arose about their reported shortcomings of the police investigation into a British teenager's report of being subjected to gang rape, and the fairness of a subsequent trial where she was convicted by a district court in December of making the claim falsely. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. A bill on the legal recognition of gender identity opened for public consultation in 2018 had not been submitted to Parliament by the end of the year. The bill provides that transgender people can change their official identity documents without medical interventions or tests and mental health assessments being required. The bill does not impose blanket age restrictions, although for minors, a mental health assessment and a court order is needed. Human rights in Europe. 21. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. People attend a demonstration for the independence of justice and the resignation of Prime Minister Babiš, which took place in Prague on Letná Plain on the 23rd of June 2019. The protest was organized by the non-governmental organization Million Moments for Democracy, www.millionchvilek.ecz. Copyright Ibra Ibrahimovic, Million Moments. Czech Republic. Czech Republic Head of State, Miloš Zeman Head of State, Andrej Babiš. Parliament failed to ratify the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women. The Ministry of Social Affairs proposed a new law on housing benefits that may put many at risk of homelessness. Concerns over the use of discriminatory speech targeting migrants and Roma persisted. Same group and were triggered by fears over the government's interference with the judiciary, and during the assemblies earlier in the year also the lack of action to tackle the climate crisis. In August, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, CERD, criticized the discrimination of Roma in access to economic, social and cultural rights, as well as racist rhetoric of politicians, including mayors and members of parliament and the government. The committee also highlighted the prevalence of racially motivated attacks targeting Roma, Jews, migrants and minority rights activists. Economic, social and cultural rights. In February, the European Commission noted that the Czech Republic lacked affordable and quality social housing, and that homelessness and levels of personal debt were increasing. In June, the Ministry of Social Affairs presented a draft law on housing benefits, introducing stricter eligibility criteria, which would exclude those living in residential hotels. NGOs working in housing warned that the law would effectively put benefits at risk for thousands of families. Background. In April, May, June and November, large-scale protests were held with hundreds of thousands taking to the streets across the country. These were organized by the Parliament failed to ratify the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, Istanbul Convention, despite reports that only a small number of perpetrators are brought to justice. Discrimination, Roma. Housing. In March, the Regional Authority of Central Bohemia ruled unlawful a municipal decree in the town of Kladno. Human rights in Europe. 22. Review of 2019. Amnesty International, which had declared several areas, many of them inhabited by Roma, as zones of socially undesirable behavior. The decree had been adopted in line with the 2017 amendment to welfare legislation, which prevents the residents of such zones from claiming some housing benefits. The regional office held that the decree failed to adequately specify the locations and declared entire town districts as zones. The practice of declaring the zones was criticized as discriminatory by the CERD in August. However, dozens of other municipalities with a significant Roma population, including Ústí nad Labem, Most, Karviná, and Ostrava South, continued to declare areas within their territories as zones despite calls by international human rights monitoring bodies to promote access of Roma to adequate housing and to combat discriminatory practices in this sector. Education. In August, the CERD expressed concerns over the prevalence of segregated schools where the large majority of pupils are Roma. In September, the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe reviewed the measures taken to address the discriminatory segregation of Roma pupils in schools and classes for pupils with mental disabilities, following the continued failure to implement the judgment in DH and others v. Czech Republic. Whilst welcoming some reforms, the committee noted with concern that Roma children remained continuously overrepresented in programs for children with mild mental disabilities. According to government figures, while the proportion of Roma among pupils in primary schools in 2018-2019 was 3.7%. The proportion of Roma among pupils educated under reduced educational programs in the 2018-2019 school year is 29.1%. In October, the Ministry of Education limited the support available for pupils with special educational needs by restricting the number of teaching assistants to 1 per class. It also gave schools the retrogressive option of running separate classes for pupils with learning and behavioural issues. A number of NGOs expressed concerns that these moves would increase segregation of Roma in schools. Discrimination, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. In March, Parliament discussed a draft amendment to the Civil Code that would introduce the possibility of marriage for same-sex couples, replacing the existing legislation that allows same-sex couples to enter civil partnerships. A counter-proposal by a group of MPs sought to enshrine protection for traditional marriage between a man and woman in the Constitution. Neither proposal had been voted on by the end of the year. Refugees and asylum seekers. The Czech Republic continued to detain some asylum seekers, including children, who are subject to a transfer order under the EU's asylum system. The government continued to refuse to participate in any relocation efforts within the EU. The European Commission brought a case against the Czech Republic to the European Court of Justice in 2017 for a refusal to participate in the EU's emergency relocating scheme, which sets mandatory refugee relocation quotas, which was still pending at the end of the year. The Public Defender of Human Rights had previously criticized the authorities' treatment of a group of Chinese asylum seekers on both procedural and substantive grounds. In 2017, 78 Chinese citizens had applied for asylum on grounds of religious persecution, but as many as 70 of these applications were rejected in 2018. In September, the Supreme Administrative Court returned 3 cases of the rejected asylum seekers to the Migration Office for a new assessment. ARMS trade. Concerns remained over continuing arms transfers to the Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates-led coalition. There is a substantial risk of them being used to commit or facilitate serious violations of international human rights and humanitarian law in the Yemen conflict. Human Rights in Europe. 23. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. A photo from Let's Talk About Yes campaign protest in Denmark. Copyright Jonas Persson. Denmark. Kingdom of Denmark. Head of State, Queen Margrethe II. Head of Government, Mette Frederiksen, replaced Lars Løkke Rasmussen in June. Survivors of rape continued to face inadequate and outdated laws, although changes to the legal definition of rape were announced. Denmark announced it would re-enter the UN Refugee Agency's UNHCR refugee resettlement program, however, in very insignificant numbers. New housing legislation was criticized by the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, CESC, for being discriminatory. Refugees and asylum seekers. In July, the Minister for Immigration and Integration announced that Denmark would re-enter the increased settlement program and receive 30 refugees in 2019, but no refugees had been resettled to Denmark by the end of the year. Individuals granted subsidiary temporary protection status still had to wait 3 years before being eligible to apply for family reunification. Asylum-seeking families with children whose claims were rejected were accommodated in the Sjælsmark deportation camp. Only very few children had access to ordinary schools, and according to a survey, 61% of the children displayed mental health problems. In November, the government and its parliamentary support agreed to close Sjælsmark by April 2020. Violence against women and girls. Danish legislation and practice of handling cases of sexual violence, including rape, continued to fall short of international human rights standards, as mentioned in the CESC recommendations to Denmark in October 2019, with serious consequences for survivors of rape. While the prevalence of rape was significant, only a minority of cases were reported to the police and very few led to convictions. Sexuality education to tackle gender stereotypes and rape myths and prevent sexual violence did not reach enough students or include teaching on consent. One Denmark was also criticized by the CESC in 2019 on this issue. In June, the government and supporting parties agreed to change the legal definition of rape to a consent-based one. The government announced that a bill will be tabled in Parliament in February 2020, although no schedule had been put forward by the end of the year. This commitment came after years of campaigning by survivor activists and women's and human rights organizations. Human Rights in Europe. 24. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Right to housing. Under the 2018 Regulation L38 on social housing, a number of low-income neighborhoods were categorized as vulnerable areas, ghettos and hard ghettos. A ghetto is defined as an area where the proportion of immigrants and descendants from non-Western countries exceeds 50%, and where at least 2 of the 4 criteria for vulnerable areas are met: higher than average rates of unemployment, criminal convictions, low education, and low income. A hard ghetto has met those criteria for 4 years. Special and disproportionate regulatory measures apply to residents living there, such as compulsory daycare for children from the age of 1 year and no access to family reunification. The associated program of planned privatization or demolition of social housing in hard ghettos risks pushing residents into inadequate housing and even homelessness in the absence of any published plans to provide adequate alternative housing. In November, the CESC urged Denmark to address this clear case of discrimination against and stigmatization of residents in these neighborhoods. Discrimination. The adoption by Parliament in 2018 of a ban on wearing face coverings in public has had a particularly negative and discriminatory impact on Muslim women who choose to wear the niqab or the burqa. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. Danish medical standards and decision-making processes continued to allow non-emergency and irreversible medical interventions on young children born with variations of sex characteristics. The Danish Health Authority did not introduce any human rights-based guidelines to say that such interventions, both surgical and hormonal, on infants and children should be postponed until they can meaningfully participate in decision-making and give informed consent. This resulted in a violation of the children's rights to private life, bodily integrity and the highest attainable standard of health. ARMS trade. In January, the government extended the suspension of future exports to Saudi Arabia of weapons, military equipment and dual-use products it had made in 2018 to also cover the United Arab Emirates. 1. Amnesty International, Denmark, give us respect and justice. Overcoming barriers to justice for women rape survivors in Denmark, Index, ER18/9784/2019, https://www.amnesty.org web link. Human Rights in Europe. 25. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Estonia. Republic of Estonia Head of State, Kersti Kaljulaid Head of Government, Jury Raters. A national human rights institution was established. Levels of statelessness remained high. Legal, constitutional or institutional developments. The UN Human Rights Committee welcomed the expansion of the mandate of the Chancellor of Justice to enable it to act as the national human rights institution. However, it expressed concern that the resources allocated may not be adequate for effective funding. Refugees and asylum seekers. Estonia received 100 asylum applications, the lowest within the European Union. The UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR, recognized Estonia's commitment to provide effective access to legal aid for asylum seekers, but identified a number of necessary legislative changes to the Asylum Act. These included recognizing vulnerable applicants' need for special safeguards and advice, providing timely information on rights and obligations, improving communication with state legal aid providers, allowing for legal representation at all stages of the procedure, notably at first instance, enhancing the capacity of lawyers, and ensuring full translations of asylum decisions. A draft amendment to the Asylum Act was withdrawn. The draft would have extended the exceptions under which a refoulement, the forcible return of people to countries where they are at real risk of persecution, could have been allowed when refugees had been sentenced for certain crimes. Refoulement is always forbidden under international law and standards. The Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, CESCR, raised concern about the poor living conditions in reception centres, as well as the acute shortage of housing available for refugees, which has led some of them to stay in reception centres even after they were granted refugee status. Discrimination, ethnic minorities. Some 76,000 people, around 5.5% of the population, remain stateless, mainly due to their lack of proficiency in Estonian. Non-Estonian speaking minorities, albeit with permanent residency rights, continued to face discrimination in relation to a range of rights including employment, housing, education and healthcare. The government's Integration Development Plan integrating Estonia 2020 inches did not address specific target groups, making it difficult to reach certain minorities such as the Roma. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. Although the Registered Partnership Act entered into force in 2016, by the year's end Parliament had yet to pass implementing legislation. The lack of specific provisions led to unequal treatment of same-sex partnerships. In June, however, the Supreme Court ruled that the provisions in the Aliens Act precluding same-sex registered partners of Estonian citizens from residence permits are unconstitutional and invalid. Despite the lack of implementing legislation, in September, an administrative court decision underscored that same-sex partners who have legally registered their partnership have equal rights to health insurance for stay-at-home parents. The Estonian LGBT Association (SD-LGBT) wing reported attacks aimed at stopping the association from proposing projects for public funding, silencing and marginalizing the LGBT community, which created a climate of fear among activists and the community. Human Rights in Europe. 26. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Demonstration in Helsinki on the 9th of October 2018 that AI Finland organized together with Afghan community to oppose deportations to Afghanistan. Copyright Tom Yasikn, AI Finland. Finland. Republic of Finland. Head of State, Sauli Niinisto. Head of Government, Sanna Marin, replaced Antti Rinne in December. Changes to asylum procedures further restricted asylum seekers' rights. The European Court of Human Rights found Finland to have violated the principle of non-refoulement, which prohibits states from returning individuals to a country where there is a real risk of persecution, in the case of an Iraqi asylum seeker. Support services for women who experience domestic violence remained inadequate. Legislation on legal gender recognition violated transgender people's rights. Refugees and asylum seekers. In November, the European Court of Human Rights held that Finland violated the European Convention on Human Rights in the case of an Iraqi asylum seeker who was returned to Iraq in December 2017 and killed only a few weeks later. According to the court, the quality of assessment of the relevant facts, including the risk to which the asylum seeker would be exposed upon return, was not satisfactory. Legal changes introduced in 2016, including restrictions to free legal representation and reduced time frames for appeals, continued to place asylum seekers at risk of human rights violations such as refoulement. Asylum seekers' rights were further restricted in June 2019, when amendments to the Aliens Act made it possible to execute deportation orders already while the first subsequent application was pending. Finland continued to forcibly return asylum seekers whose applications were rejected to Afghanistan. The authorities continued to detain unaccompanied children and families with children based on their immigration status. There was no time limit on detaining families with children. Family reunification remained difficult for most refugees due to both legislative and practical obstacles, including high income requirements. Police and security forces. During 2019, at least 3 persons have been reported dead after police used force on them. Projectile electroshock devices, TASERs, were used in at least 2 of these cases. The Supreme Court granted a leave to appeal in a case where a police officer was found guilty of excessive use of force when using a taser on an unarmed man in 2015. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. Legislation on legal gender recognition continued to violate the rights of transgender individuals. They could obtain legal gender recognition only if they were aged over 18, agreed to sterilization, and were diagnosed with a mental disorder. Violence against women and girls. 3 new sexual assault support centers opened in Tampere, Turku and Kuopio. However, NGOs and state human rights in Europe. 27. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Institutions working to combat violence against women and girls remained systematically under-resourced, and there was no nationwide, accessible service network for victims of all forms of sexual violence to provide long-term support. Legislation on rape remained unaligned with international standards as set out in the Istanbul Convention, as it did not base the definition of sexual crimes on the lack of consent. Existing legislation did not sufficiently protect children and institutionalized or hospitalized individuals from sexual violence. Security through communications surveillance, without any requirement for a link to a specific criminal offense. Conscientious objectors. Conscientious objectors to military service who refused to undertake alternative civilian service continued to face punitive and discriminatory measures. At 347 days, The duration of alternative civilian service is more than double the shortest military service period of 165 days. And sickness benefits remained below that prescribed by the European Social Charter. Indigenous peoples' rights. Finland still failed to ratify International Labour Organization, ILO, Convention 169, which would protect the rights of the indigenous Sami people. Right to privacy. In June, new legislation entered into force, enabling military and civilian intelligence agencies to acquire information on alleged threats to national, economic, social and cultural rights. The level of many social security benefits, including unemployment, maternity, human rights in Europe. 28. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Demonstration against police violence organized by the Adama Committee. Amnesty International France, AF, took part in the 3rd march organized by the Truth for Adama Committee in Beaumont-sur-Oise on the 20th of July 2019 to support the calls for justice for the family of Adama Traoré, 3 years on from her death, and to denounce the increasingly excessive, even arbitrary, use of force by the law enforcement agencies. Copyright Benjamin Guiret. France. French Republic Head of State, Emmanuel Macron. Head of Government, Edouard Philippe. The authorities disproportionately restricted the right to freedom of peaceful assembly. Thousands of protesters suffered injuries at the hands of police or were arrested and prosecuted on flimsy grounds or offences that are protected under human rights law and standards. Human rights observers, independent journalists, environmental activists and activists defending the rights of refugees and migrants were subjected to frequent police intimidation and harassment. France continued to sell arms to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates despite the risk that they would be used to commit human rights violations against civilians in the conflict in Yemen. Freedom of assembly. The social movement of the Yellow Vests, Gilets Jaunes, which started in November 2018, continued to mobilize throughout the year with the stated aim of achieving greater social and economic justice. According to official statistics, 1,944 law enforcement officers and 2,945 protesters were injured during protests of Yellow Vests. Law enforcement officials very often used arbitrary or disproportionate force, especially, but not exclusively, in the context of demonstrations. They frequently resorted to using dangerous weapons including imprecise rubber bullets and tear gas grenades, GLIF-4. That should not be used for policing public assemblies. At least 25 protesters lost an eye and 5 protesters lost a hand as a result. Steve Mayakanizo, a 24-year-old man, and Zainab Ridwan, an 80-year-old woman, both died during law enforcement operations. In March, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights recommended a full investigation into allegations of excessive use of force by police. At the end of the year, the authorities had not set up any independent mechanisms to investigate such allegations. In October, a police unit tasked with investigating allegations of excessive use of force by police, Inspection Générale de la Police Nationale, IGPN, has opened 313 criminal investigations since the beginning of the movement. At the end of the year, only 1 police officer had been convicted for unlawful use of force during the protests. Human rights in Europe. 29. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. In August, the President acknowledged that the strategy for policing public assemblies had to be reviewed to reduce the number of injuries. At the end of the year, a working group set up by the Ministry of Interior was drafting a new strategy. In the first 6 months of the year, around 11,000 protesters were placed in pre-charge detention and more than 3,000 people were convicted, mostly through fast-track proceedings. Hundreds of protesters were arrested and prosecuted for conduct that is protected by human rights law, including contempt of public officials, concealing the face or failure to comply with notification requirements. In the first 9 months of the year, 954 protesters were convicted for forming a group with a view to committing violence, a vaguely defined offence which allowed arrests of protesters who had not engaged in any violent act. In April, a new law aimed at protecting public order in the context of protests entered into force. It established a blanket ban on face coverings during protests. Freedom of expression. Hundreds of journalists reported injuries while covering the protests. On the 5th of December alone, 34 journalists were injured during protests against the pension reform. In most of these cases, the injuries resulted from excessive or arbitrary use of police force. Independent journalists Gaspard Glanz and Taha Bou Hafs were arrested and prosecuted for charges including contempt and rebellion. In November, the former was convicted to a €300 fine for contempt of public officials. Intelligence Services, Direction Générale de la Sécurité Intérieure, summoned at least 9 journalists for a hearing in the context of a preliminary investigation into the Yemen Papers, a series of publications of classified documents that proved that the weapons that the government had sold to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates were likely to be used against the civilian population of Yemen. ARMS trade. The authorities continued not to comply with France's commitments resulting from the 2014 ratification of the Arms Trade Treaty, according to which arms should not be sold when there is a substantial risk that they could be used to commit abuses of international human rights and humanitarian law. In 2018, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates were respectively the first and 5th largest recipient of war materials from France, despite their involvement in the Yemen conflict. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, SIPRI, France was the 3rd largest exporter of arms worldwide during 2019. However, the French government failed to provide detailed, exhaustive and up-to-date information on the arms transfers authorized by the Prime Minister. Human rights defenders. Environmental activists and activists defending the rights of refugees and migrants were often harassed, intimidated or prosecuted. Lone Trundle, a defender of migrants' rights in Calais, was convicted and given a suspended fine for defamation for having reported ill treatment of migrants by police. In June, Tom Sierkowski, a young British activist in Calais, was acquitted of charges of contempt and assault. In May, he filed a complaint with the IGPN against the police officer who pushed him and against other officers who provided false reports to support his arrest and prosecution. At the end of the year, the investigation was still pending. These prosecutions were symptomatic of the criminalization of acts of solidarity at the European level and were likely to have a chilling effect on other activists. In December 2018, France had announced that it would prioritize the protection of human rights defenders worldwide. However, there was no consistent and sustainable strategy to that purpose. While the foreign minister criticized the harassment that human rights defenders experienced in Turkey and Russia, the authorities remained silent about human rights defenders in Saudi Arabia. Refugees and asylum seekers. In the first 6 months of the year, 33,628 migrants and refugees, including unaccompanied children, were stopped at the French borders and pushed back to Italy and Spain without the possibility to seek asylum in France. In 2018, 690 Iraqi, 320 Iranian, 278 Afghan, 247 Sudanese, 165 Eritrean and 133 Syrian nationals, whose asylum applications had been rejected, were detained awaiting deportation to their countries, despite the risk of grave human rights violations that they could suffer upon return. Among them were several families with children. In June 2019, NGOs reported that 12, 7 and 10 individuals had been returned to Sudan, Iran and Iraq respectively in 2018. In September, Parliament ratified the cooperation agreement between the European Union and Afghanistan, which facilitated forced returns of Afghan nationals to Afghanistan. By September, the authorities deported 2 individuals whose asylum claims had been rejected to Afghanistan, where they faced risks of grave human rights violations. In November, the French government withdrew its decision to donate 6 boats to the Libyan Navy and Coast Guard. A coalition of 8 NGOs challenged the donation, which had been announced by the French Defense Minister in February, in court by arguing that the boats would be used to intercept refugees and migrants and pull them back to Libya, where they would suffer serious human rights violations. Individuals providing humanitarian support to refugees and migrants. Human rights in Europe. 30. Review of 2019. Amnesty International continued to be prosecuted and convicted, in particular on the French-Italian border near Briançon. In January, Pierre Member was convicted and given a suspended 3-month prison sentence for facilitating irregular entry after having offered tea and warm clothing to migrants near the French-Italian border. In November, he was acquitted on appeal. Would discriminate against Muslims on grounds of religion or belief. Forced evictions. NGOs reported that the authorities forcibly evicted throughout the year thousands of people, including many Roma, migrants and refugees, who lived in informal settlements or occupied buildings or other dwellings without security of tenure. Involved in the preparation of a crime. In February, the Ministry of Interior changed the conditions of the assigned residence that had been imposed on Kamal Danaudi, a man who had been subject to control measures since 2008. He was allowed to move to a town closer to his family and to report to a police station twice instead of 3 times a day. Discrimination. Sexual and reproductive rights. On the 24th of July, the government introduced a bill in Parliament that would give access to in vitro fertilization treatment to all women irrespective of sexual orientation or marital status. If adopted, the law would put an end to discrimination experienced by lesbian couples and single women in the access to sexual and reproductive health and rights. On the 15th of October, the National Assembly adopted the bill, which was pending before the Senate at the end of the year. Freedom of religion and belief. On the 29th of October, the Senate adopted a law to ban parents from wearing religious symbols when accompanying children on school outings. At the end of the year, the law was pending before the National Assembly. If adopted, this law would violate the rights to freedom of expression and to freedom of religion or belief and hate crimes. In March, NGOs reported 38 hate crimes against Roma in informal settlements in the Paris region, following rumors on the social media about child kidnapping by Roma people. Judicial authorities convicted some of the perpetrators. On the 28th of October, a man attempted to burn a mosque in Bayonne and fired shots at 2 men, seriously injuring them. Counter-terror and security. Between the 1st of November 2018 and the 31st of October 2019, the the Minister of Interior had imposed 134 new control measures, which corresponded to an 84% increase from the previous year. These measures, which include forbidding individuals from leaving a specific town, requiring them to report to the police daily and prohibiting them from contacting certain people, are often applied to individuals without any reasonable suspicion that they had been. International justice. On the 23rd of March, the reform of the justice system entered into force. In November 2018, the government had opposed an amendment that would have facilitated the exercise of universal jurisdiction for crimes under international law in France. The Parliament eventually voted down the amendment. Business and human rights. Companies continued to fail to comply with the 2017 law on the duty of vigilance of parent companies and subcontracting companies. In 2019, most companies published vague and incomplete plans on how they intended to comply with the law. The government failed to propose measures to strengthen the monitoring system established by law. Human rights in Europe. 31. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. On 20th of September 2019, Amnesty members support the global climate strike and demonstrate together with the activists of Fridays for Future. Copyright Amnesty International. Photo, J. Godleski. Germany. Federal Republic of Germany. Head of State, Frank-Walter Steinmeier. Head of Government, Angela Merkel. Police and various intelligence services. In June 2018, the Federal Court of Justice issued an international arrest warrant against Jamil Hussein, the head of the Syrian Air Force intelligence, until July 2019. A majority of federal states introduced far-reaching new police powers, including extensive surveillance measures. There was an increase in anti-Semitic and racist hate crimes. Germany relocated 1 in 4 of the migrants and refugees rescued in the Mediterranean. The government revised its arms export principles. In February, 2 members of the Syrian General Intelligence suspected of crimes against humanity and other crimes under international law were arrested in Germany. In October, the Federal Prosecutor General charged the 2 suspects for crimes against humanity. International justice. The Federal Prosecutor General continued to investigate war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by Syrian officials working for the military, police and security forces. A majority of federal states amended their state police laws, substantially expanding the powers of their police forces based on recent amendments of the Federal Police Act. Most states introduced the power to impose various administrative measures on so-called potential attackers, even when there is no reasonable suspicion of their involvement in a crime or that they pose an imminent threat. Based on a very vague definition, individuals can be subjected to far-reaching police measures such as communication surveillance or assigned residency if they are perceived to be future perpetrators of crimes. Furthermore, several states, including North Rhine-Westphalia, Bavaria, Hesse and Lower Saxony, introduced extensive surveillance measures that can also be imposed on potential attackers, such as installing spyware to monitor mobile phones and computers or to tap into ongoing encrypted communication. In North Rhine-Westphalia, individuals can be subjected to administrative detention for up to 1 week in order to be identified if they refuse to be identified. Human rights in Europe. 32. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Civil society organizations continued to report discriminatory identity checks by police on members of ethnic and religious minorities. Authorities at both federal and state levels failed to establish independent complaints mechanisms to investigate unlawful behavior by police. By November, there were no indictments for ill treatment by the police against protesters of the 2017 G20 summit in Hamburg, despite 168 preliminary proceedings initiated against police officers. In several cases, charges were dropped because the relevant police officers could not be identified. In October, the Hamburg State Parliament introduced a requirement for law enforcement officials to wear identification badges. However, in 6 other federal states, police officers had no such obligation. Right to privacy. Many states expanded the power to use video surveillance in public places. Baden-Württemberg and Saxony included the use of facial recognition in specific situations, such as to identify behavioral patterns used for committing crimes. Intelligence law continued to be at odds with international human rights law and standards. Intelligence agencies, in particular the Federal Intelligence Service, continued to practice surveillance based on overly broad and vague provisions. Germany's intelligence oversight regime remained inadequate. Migrants' rights. From January, the authorities implemented a new mechanism to reunite beneficiaries of subsidiary protection with their families, based on a monthly quota of 1,000 family members. New legislation was adopted in June facilitating immigration detention prior to deportation. It extended the criteria for detention beyond the risk of absconding, prolonged its potential duration and allowed the detention of migrants in regular prisons pending their deportation. By the end of the year, 360 Afghan nationals had been forcibly returned. Germany accepted the relocation of 25% of the refugees and migrants rescued in search and rescue operations in the central Mediterranean on an ad hoc basis and advocated for a temporary disembarkation mechanism. Germany pledged 10,200 resettlement places for 2018-19. By the end of 2019, 7,974 refugees had been resettled, including 4,987 Syrian refugees under the EU-Turkey deal. Discrimination, hate crimes. On the 11th of July 2018, the Higher Regional Court of Munich delivered a judgment on the racist murders and other crimes committed by the Nationalist Social Underground (NSU) group over the course of a decade. The court sentenced B8 Escape to life imprisonment for murder, attempted murder and membership of a terrorist organization. 4 men were sentenced as accessories to murder. 2 other main suspects had committed suicide in 2011. The Federal Ministry of the Interior registered 8,113 hate crimes committed in 2018. Anti-Semitic and racist hate crimes had risen by 19% in that year. Despite this, authorities at both federal and state levels failed to implement a comprehensive strategy against hate crimes. In June, the acting administrative president of Kassel, Walter Lübcke, was shot in the head and killed. A suspected neo-Nazi confessed to the murder because of Walter Lübcke's pronounced support for Angela Merkel's policy to welcome refugees in 2015. Later he retracted the confession but remained in pre-trial detention. In October, a gunman tried unsuccessfully to storm the synagogue in Halle, Israel during the Yom Kippur prayer service, firing at the door. He then shot a woman and proceeded to a local food outlet where he shot a man. In his detailed confession he admitted to an anti-Semitic and racist motivation. ARMS trade. In June, the government revised its non-binding political principles for the export of war weapons and other military equipment for the first time in 19 years. According to the principles, small arms would no longer be allowed to be exported to countries outside the EU, NATO or a group of equivalent states, Australia, New Zealand, Japan and Switzerland. The revision included options from the controls on extraterritorial arms production and compliance with post-shipment inspections. However, it promoted joint European arms manufacturing, raising concerns that stricter German national export controls would continue to be circumvented. In October, Germany and France reached an agreement that facilitated the supply of German parts and components for joint arms projects manufactured in France. The agreement allows for the supply of parts and components for arms destined for states not eligible for a permit under German export regulation, as long as the value of the German supplied parts and components did not exceed 20% of the total value of the exported goods. An arms export moratorium on Saudi Arabia was prolonged twice in 2019 and remained in force at the end of the year. The moratorium covered only Saudi Arabia, not other countries involved in the Yemen conflict. The export of German parts and components for joint European arms projects was still permitted. In September, a public prosecutor launched a criminal investigation against CEOs of the German company Group Finfisher for the alleged illegal export of surveillance technology to Turkey without license. Following Turkey's military offensive in northern Syria in October, the issuing of export permits to Turkey for arms that Human Rights in Europe. 33. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Could be used in the conflict was halted. Exports under permits that had already been issued continued. Corporate accountability. It remained voluntary for companies to undertake due diligence to ensure respect for human rights throughout their operations and supply chains. In July, following a debate on the need for a binding regulation, the government launched a monitoring process to examine the level of due diligence implementation by sending out questionnaires to 3,000 randomly selected large German companies. Under its National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, the government said that it might take legislative measures if fewer than 50% of companies claimed they were doing a sufficient level of due diligence by 2020. Of their 464 companies that responded, only 20% implemented due diligence to a sufficient level. Concerns were raised, however, that actual numbers might be even lower as the voluntary nature of the questionnaire and the lack of a process for verifying responses could have led to unreliable results. In December 2019, two ministries announced that they had started work on a binding law. Access to judicial remedies for victims of human rights abuses by or involving German companies abroad remain difficult to obtain. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. The process of legal gender and name recognition for transgender people continued to violate the human rights of those affected. Humiliating processes such as psychiatric diagnosis, expert assessments and the examination of a stereotypical gender performance in daily life were still required. In the coalition agreement as of March 2018, the federal government pledged to adopt a legal regulation clarifying that surgeries on intersex children are only permitted to avert life-threatening dangers. This pledge has not been implemented yet. Invasive and irreversible harmful medical procedures, including normalizing surgeries, carried out on children with variations of sex characteristics continued. Human Rights in Europe. 34. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. A woman carries her child as she crosses a wooden bridge in the refugee camp of Moria, on the island of Lesbos on November 26, 2019. Copyright Ares Messinis, AFP via Getty Images. Greece. Hellenic Republic Head of State, Prokopis Pavlopoulos Head of Government, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, replaced Alexis Tsipras in July. In June, in a historic victory for women's rights, Greece became the 9th country in Europe to introduce a consent-based rape law. Refugee hotspots, EU-funded reception and identification centres for new arrivals on the Aegean Islands were consistently overcrowded and conditions remained dire. New asylum legislation adopted in October expanded asylum-related detention and rolled back safeguards for vulnerable groups. A spike was observed in reports of excessive use of force and ill treatment by police. Austerity measures adopted over the past decade continued to severely impact access to healthcare. Background. In July, the Conservative New Democracy Party won parliamentary elections. Greece's general and youth unemployment rates, 16.6% and 33.1% respectively as of October, remain the highest in the European Union, EU, despite a drop from the previous year. Excessive use of force, torture and other ill treatment. Allegations of excessive use of force, torture and other ill treatment by law enforcement officials persisted. In the last quarter of 2019, there was a spike in reports of such incidents against individuals during arrest and detention, journalists and students protesting against the repeal of a long-standing law banning police from entering university campuses. In a number of cases, arbitrary strip searches were reported as part of the ill treatment. Serious concerns arose that these repeated incidents were not isolated and at the pervasive culture of impunity for such actions. There were continuing delays in the criminal and disciplinary investigations into the death of queer activist and human rights defenders Akos Topoulos in September 2018 following a violent attack. The initial criminal investigation resulted in 6 people, including 4 police officers, being charged with grievous bodily harm resulting in death, but no trial had commenced by the end of the year. Refugees and asylum seekers. Sea and land arrivals and conditions on the islands. From July onwards, arrivals of asylum seekers and refugees by sea increased. Human rights in Europe. 35. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. At the highest rate since 2016. Between January and October, the International Organization for Migration recorded 66 deaths on the Eastern Mediterranean route. From 2018 and throughout 2019, land arrivals at the northern border also rose significantly and were accompanied by consistent allegations of pushbacks to Turkey at the Evros River. Despite numerous reports, the authorities denied the allegations. In December, 6 people reportedly died of hypothermia along this route. By the end of the year, land and sea arrivals stood at 74,482. The EU-Turkey Agreement of 2016 continued to shape the country's policy of containing new arrivals in the hotspots and facilities on the Aegean Islands where people remained for long periods and in abysmal conditions. As of December 2019, the islands hosted more than 40,000 people, 35% of whom children. Hotspots were consistently extremely overcrowded, with Lesbos and Samos almost 6 and 11 times over capacity respectively at the end of 2019. People in camps continued to face insanitary conditions, lack of proper medical care and violence, including based on gender. In October, the Council of Europe, Commissioner for Human Rights called on Greece to urgently transfer people from the islands and improve their conditions. Refugee and migrant children. The situation of refugee and migrant children deteriorated sharply. 3 children died in Moria camp and the NGO Médecins Sans Frontières reported that many of the children in camps experienced mental health issues. Hundreds of school-aged children living in the hotspots did not have access to formal education during the new school year. following the filing of a collective complaint under the European Social Charter. In May, the Co-Committee on Social Rights requested that the government take immediate measures, including the provision of age-appropriate shelters for unaccompanied children in pre-removal and reception and identification centres. Across police stations and detention facilities in Greece, 195 unaccompanied children were deprived of their liberty through protective custody as of the 31st of December 2019. In several cases, the European Court of Human Rights syndicated interim measures and ordered Greece to release the applicant unaccompanied children from detention and transfer them to suitable accommodation. In February, in the case of HA and others v. Greece, the court found lengthy protective custody of minors in unsuitable conditions to be degrading treatment under the European Convention on Human Rights and a violation of the applicant's rights to liberty and security. New migration and asylum policies. From July, the new government began implementing a more punitive migration policy, vowing to reduce the number of people arriving, increased the number of returns to Turkey and strengthened border control measures. As of September, a pledge was made to transfer more people from the islands to the mainland and 2 transit centres were established in Corinth and Karavamlos. However, the capacity and adequacy of facilities on mainland Greece remained unsatisfactory. In addition, transfers to the mainland did not proceed at a sufficient pace to actually reduce overcrowding on the islands. In October, a new asylum bill, Law 4636/2019, introduced major changes to asylum procedures, the rights and obligations of asylum seekers as well as detention, among other things. There was no significant consultation with civil society before its adoption, and NGOs considered it an attempt to lower protection standards and create unwarranted procedural and substantive hurdles for people seeking international protection. Among the main concerns were the expansion of asylum-related detention and the rollback of safeguards for particularly vulnerable groups and the creation of a safe third countries list. After the bill was passed, the government announced the creation of the closed facilities with entry-exit controls across Greece. Access to health and housing. From August onwards, the government began clearing squats in Athens. Those affected were mainly refugee families who were evicted without proper prior consultation, adequate notice, or the provision of adequate alternative accommodation. In February and March, the authorities announced the gradual discontinuation of the provision of housing and cash support to recognized refugees living in camps and in accommodation provided by the UN High Commissioner for Refugees (UNHCR) program. The failure to provide adequate alternatives for their support or integration exposed many to uncertainty and in some cases destitution. Thousands of newly arrived asylum seekers were denied access to free health care in the public health system following changes in the social security system in July. The Ministry of Labour discontinued the procedure allowing asylum seekers to obtain a social security number, AMCA, a prerequisite for their access to health care, without offering viable alternatives. A provision in the new asylum legislation proposing an alternative for asylum seekers through a temporary social security number had not been implemented by the end of the year. Criminalization of solidarity. The new asylum law requires NGOs working with refugees to obtain certification in order to access reception and detention centres. There were fears that this could unduly interfere with NGO work and undermine asylum seekers' right to receive information. Individuals also continued to face human rights in Europe. 36. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Charges in connection with the humanitarian work with refugees. The criminal proceedings against rescuers Sarah Mardini and Sean Binder, accused among other things of facilitating the smuggling of migrants into Greece, remain pending. There were serious concerns that the charges were baseless. Violence against women and girls. In June, the Ministry of Justice proposed amendments to the legal definition of rape in the Greek criminal code that were not compatible with international human rights standards and impeded even further victims' access to justice. Strong reactions and intense advocacy by campaigning groups led to a swift reversal by the ministry, which amended the proposed reform so that sex without consent was criminalized as rape. In a historic victory for women's rights, on the 5th of June Parliament approved the amended provision and Greece became the 9th country in the European Economic Area to introduce a consent-based rape law. Discrimination. In November, Parliament decided not to proceed with the revision of the constitutional provision on discrimination. The revised provision would have expanded the prohibited grounds of discrimination to include gender identity, sexual orientation, age, disability and membership of a national minority. In April, the Racist Violence Recording Network, RVRN, presented its 2018 annual report, documenting 117 incidents of hate-motivated violence involving more than 130 victims, including 27 incidents where the targets were lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender or intersex LGBT people. In December, the prosecutor in the trial of 69 individuals linked to the Golden Dawn Party proposed that all those charged with participating in a criminal organization be acquitted. She sought the conviction of party supporter Giorgos Roupakias for the murder of singer Pavlos Fyssas in 2013. But also proposed that those accused of complicity in the killing be acquitted, claiming their involvement could not be established. At the time of writing, the judges had yet to make a decision on whether to accept the proposal. Lawyers representing the family of Pavlos Fyssas expressed their serious concerns at the proposal and pointed to extensive evidence presented during the trial that highlighted the organized character of the offences committed by groups linked to the party. The trial started in 2015 and the court's verdict was expected in 2020. Right to health. Austerity measures adopted over the past decade continued to severely impact access to healthcare. Amnesty International's research noted that the austerity measures have continued to impact the accessibility and affordability of healthcare in Greece a decade after the crisis began and austerity measures were introduced. People interviewed spoke about the multiple barriers they faced accessing healthcare, including lengthy waiting times and the high costs of care. The economic crisis severely affected people in Greece, with huge increases in unemployment and poverty. Even though Greece exited from the bailout agreements in 2018, the impact of the crisis has been ongoing. As per available data, even today, many of these levels remain worse than before the crisis began. Conscientious objectors. Despite some positive legal amendments concerning conscientious objectors, serious violations of their rights continued, resulting in arrests, prosecutions, fines, trials in military courts, repeated punishment and suspended prison sentences. In June, the then government reduced the length of full alternative service from 15 to 12 months, in line with recommendations by international human rights bodies. The full military service is 9 months in the land army, where the vast majority of conscripts serve. It also reduced the length of the 3 categories of reduced alternative service to almost the same length as for the reduced military service. However, in October, the new government reinstated the previous punitive and discriminatory length of alternative service. Human rights in Europe. 37. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Budapest Pride 2019. Budapest, the 6th of July 2019. Copyright Amnesty International Hungary. Hungary. Hungary Head of State, János Áder. Head of Government, Viktor Orbán. The government extended its control over the judiciary. Restrictive legislation targeting NGOs remained in place, exerting a chilling effect on civil society. Access to the country remains severely restricted for refugees and asylum seekers. Legal, constitutional or institutional developments. The government continued to face domestic resistance and international scrutiny for its ongoing rollback of human rights and non-compliance with EU law. In January, protests continued over their adoption by Parliament in December 2018 of legislation allowing employers to increase the amount of overtime they can require of their workers and potentially delay overtime payment for up to 3 years. Protesters and media dubbed it the slave law. In May, the European Association of Judges and the European Commission expressed concern that checks and balances within ordinary courts had been so weakened by further undermining their independence. In June, Parliament indefinitely postponed plans to set up a separate administrative court system. Although the Constitutional Court had ruled that this proposal was in line with Hungary's fundamental law, Hungary's constitution, it had been heavily criticised, including by the Venice Commission of the Council of Europe, over potential risks of political interference. In December, the Parliament adopted an omnibus bill, which, among other changes, allows public authorities to challenge decisions of ordinary courts in politically sensitive cases by filing a complaint with the Constitutional Court, whose members are nominated by the governing majority in Parliament. Proceedings under Article 7(1) of the Treaty of the European Union, triggered by the European Parliament in 2018, which referred Hungary to the European Council for what it regarded as a clear risk of a serious breach of the EU founding values, remained pending at the end of the year. Freedom of expression and association. The government continued to attack and smear human rights defenders and civil society organizations. Human rights in Europe. 38. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Restrictive legislations targeting NGOs and activists defending the rights of refugees, migrants and asylum seekers remained in place, exerting a chilling effect on civil society. In February, the Constitutional Court ruled that the criminal offence of facilitating illegal immigration, introduced by the so-called Stop Syriza legislation, is not unconstitutional. In June, the European Commission referred Hungary to the Court of Justice of the European Union, on the grounds that the Stop Syriza legislation violates several EU directives. A different court case challenging the legislation that stigmatizes NGOs receiving funding from abroad that the European Commission brought to the CJ in December 2017 remained pending. 1. The Hungarian government continued clamping down on academic freedom. Legislation in July increased government influence over the research institutes of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, raising concerns about the independence of academic research in the future. A challenge by the Academy's president to the Constitutional Court was pending at the end of the year. Following the establishment in November 2018 of the government-aligned media holding, which controls about 80% of the news media market based on revenue, critical views of the government were limited as state media outlets greatly prioritized coverage of government-affiliated figures and views over those of the opposition. Discrimination, Roma. In May, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, CERD, concluded that the prevalence of racist hate speech against Roma, migrants, refugees, asylum seekers and other minorities, including by public figures at the highest level, was alarming. The committee also expressed concern over the high level of hate crimes against Roma, with law enforcement officials failing to sufficiently investigate those attacks or provide adequate protection to Roma communities. The CERD also found that systemic discrimination against Roma persisted across many sectors, including in healthcare, education, housing and employment. Many Roma continued to face extreme poverty and live in segregated neighborhoods lacking proper infrastructure and services. In amending the public education law in July, the government failed to take the opportunity to address the segregation in education of Roma children, which continued to increase. Infringement proceedings launched by the European Commission in 2016 concerning this issue remain pending at the end of the year. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. Politicians, including the Speaker of the Parliament, and certain public figures increasingly targeted LGBT people with homophobic and discriminatory comments. From July, far-right groups verbally and physically attacked people who organized and participated in Budapest Pride Month events and other workshops organized by LGBT organizations on several occasions. NGOs and the media reported that in some cases police had failed to provide adequate protection against such attacks. Right to housing and forced evictions. Steps to criminalize homelessness continued. Despite strong international and domestic criticism, the Constitutional Court ruled in June that 2018 changes to the fundamental law making it illegal to live in public places was constitutional. In June, Parliament rejected a proposal requiring municipalities to provide adequate alternative accommodation to families with children subjected to forced eviction despite this being an obligation under international law. Women's rights. Following her February visit, the Council of Europe Commissioner on Human Rights concluded that Hungary was backsliding on gender equality and women's rights, including by failing to prepare a new national strategy on gender equality and by introducing policies solely associating women with family affairs. The government launched a Family Protection Action Plan in February 2019. While this includes measures to facilitate integrating work and family life, and to improve family support, the UN Working Group on the issue of discrimination against women and women's rights groups criticized the plan for appearing to favor middle to high-income parents over low-income families. Failures to prevent and combat violence against women persisted, with prosecutions of these crimes remaining low and victims often experiencing stigmatization, insensitive treatment by law enforcement officers and judges leading to victim blaming and biased judgments. The government continued to ignore civil society pressure to ratify the Istanbul Convention, describing the convention as political whining. Refugees and asylum seekers. Hungary continued to severely restrict access to the country for refugees and asylum seekers, limiting admission to only 2 transit zones on the border with Serbia. Practically all asylum applications lodged by those arriving from a safe transit country, such as Serbia, were rejected, following new inadmissibility criteria introduced in 2018. Asylum seekers with pending cases were detained in the 2 transit zones, while those whose applications had been rejected and were awaiting deportation were deprived of food by the authorities. By the end of the year, 27 persons with the help of the Hungarian Helsinki Committee had sought interim measures from the European Court of Human Rights in Europe. 39. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Human rights to start receiving food. In June, the European Commission opened new infringement proceedings for non-provision of food to individuals awaiting deportation after rejection of their asylum claim. A number of organizations expressed concern at reports that law enforcement officials used excessive force and violence against asylum seekers, refugees and migrants, including children, during pushbacks to Serbia, often resulting in bodily harm and injuries. The Surd expressed deep alarm at reports that the international prohibition on forcibly returning people to a country where they risked persecution or other serious human rights violations, non-refoulement, was not fully respected in law and practice. In November, the European Court of Human Rights Grand Chamber confirmed in Ilias and Ahmed v Hungary that Hungary fell short in assessing risks on return for asylum seekers expelled to Serbia. The court failed, however, to uphold its previous findings that the applicant's confinement in the transit zone without safeguards, so a formal decision amounted to arbitrary detention. 2. Counter-terror and security. In September, the government extended by 6 months the crisis situation caused by mass immigration, which has been in force since 2015, and grants extraordinary powers to the police and military. Following his visit in July, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights of Migrants urged the Hungarian government to immediately stop proclaiming it is confronting a crisis situation and to protect the rights of those seeking asylum. Public authorities installed thousands of CCTV cameras around Budapest. These were integrated with private camera systems and linked into a government-owned database, raising concerns about the right to privacy and protection against mass surveillance. In December, the Parliament adopted a law allowing police forces to use facial recognition software to identify people during identity checks. Ahmed H., a Syrian national unjustly convicted on misapplied terrorism charges, was conditionally released in January and finally reunited with his family in Cyprus in September. He had served 3.5 years in prison after prosecution under Hungary's draconian anti-terrorism laws and was subjected to a targeted smear campaign by the government. 3. 1. Amnesty International, Hungary. EU action shows intimidation campaign against those defending asylum seekers will not be tolerated. The 25th of July 2019 www. amnesty.org web link. 2. Amnesty International, European Court of Human Rights confirms Hungary failed to assess risks on return for asylum seekers expelled to Serbia. The 25th of November 2019, Index A27/1465/2019 www.amnesty.org web link. 3. Amnesty International, Ahmed H. What happened? The 28th of September 2019 www.amnesty.org web link. Human Rights in Europe. 40. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Ireland. Ireland Head of State, Michael D. Higgins. Head of Government, Leo Varadkar. Ireland's new law expanding access to abortion services came into operation, but restrictions remained, and healthcare providers continued to be criminalised in certain circumstances. Concerns grew about homelessness and housing rights. The law on political funding impacted civil society groups' freedom of expression, sexual and reproductive rights. The Health Regulation of Termination of Pregnancy Act 2018 came into operation on the 1st of January, expanding lawful access to abortion services. From that date, abortion services were provided without cost within mainstream healthcare. Previously, a pregnancy could be lawfully terminated only where the life of the pregnant person was at real and substantial risk. Significant gaps remained in the law, however. These included a mandatory 3-day waiting period for access on request, a high threshold of serious harm to the pregnant person's health, the lack of provision for access in cases of pregnancies with severe rather than fatal fetal impairments, and the continued criminalization of health professionals for providing abortion outside lawful grounds. By the end of the year, just 10 out of the 19 maternity hospitals or units offered full termination of pregnancy services, with concerns that healthcare professionals' conscience-based refusals to provide abortions prevented the expansion of services in some. Refugees and asylum seekers. There were growing calls for an alternative to the direct provision accommodation system for the 6,082 asylum seekers housed there. A report of a parliamentary committee review published in December found the system of shared, institutionalized living fails to fully respect the rights to privacy and human dignity of those placed in these centers. Also in December, the UN Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, CERD, expressed concern at the inadequate living conditions in direct provision centers and its significant impact on mental health and family life of asylum seekers. It also criticized the substandard living conditions of emergency accommodation provided for new asylum seekers due to capacity pressures, and the lack of necessary services and support provided therein. The government, in partnership with immigrant civil society groups, in March commenced rolling out a community sponsorship program as a complement to the traditional state-centered resettlement program. The program, officially launched in November, provided private individuals and community-based organizations an opportunity to directly support the arrival and integration of refugee families. By the end of the year, 25 refugees had been settled under this program. Right to housing. Increasing numbers of people experienced homelessness, many as a result of the shrinking availability of affordable privately owned rental properties. In September, 10,397 people, including 3,873 children, were officially experiencing homelessness, representing an increase of 278% since December 2014. In July, a government-sponsored review of the traveller accommodation program found that this community disproportionately experiences homelessness. It identified persistent under-delivery of traveller-specific accommodation by some local authorities. It also found that the increasing reliance on private rented accommodation for low-income households impacts travellers because they face barriers in securing and maintaining tenancies. Sex workers. The criminal offence of brothel keeping continued to be used against sex workers. In one reported case, 2 young migrant women, one of whom was pregnant, were sentenced to 9 months imprisonment for brothel keeping when the police found them working together in an apartment. Impunity. The government issued an apology to people who were sexually abused as children in schools before 1992. In July, a former High Court judge acting as independent assessor had ruled that the state had misinterpreted the 2014 decision against it by the European Court of Human Rights in O'Keefe v. Ireland by only providing redress to survivors where there had been prior complaints made against their abusers by others. In April, the 5th interim report of the Commission of Investigation into Mother and Baby Homes run by religious orders between 1922 and 1998 found that, for the overwhelming majority of children who died in 7 of these institutions, their burial locations are unknown and burial records non-existent. It also confirmed 2014 media reports that hundreds of children were buried informally in underground chambers designed to hold wastewater and sewage on the grounds of the Tuam Institution, C.O. Galway. Freedom of expression. Concerns continued about the impact on civil society groups of the Electoral Act. 1997, a law which regulates political funding. The Act, as amended in 2001, prohibits overseas donations, or domestic donations over €2,500 to third. Human rights in Europe. 41. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Party organizations for vaguely defined political purposes. Corporate accountability. The control of economic activity, occupied territories. Bill progressed from the Synod, Upper House of Parliament, to the Dáil, Lower House, where it passed its second reading vote in January but was then blocked by the government. This landmark bill would prohibit trade in goods and services with illegal Israeli settlements in the occupied territories. 1. Amnesty International, Israel and occupied Palestinian territories, destination, occupation, digital tourism and Israel's illegal settlements in the occupied Palestinian territories, Index, MDE 15/9490/2019, www.amnesty.org web link. Human Rights in Europe. 42. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. View of the Giugliano camp in the outskirts of Naples in February 2017. Copyright Amnesty International, Claudio Minna. Italy. Italian Republic Head of State, Sergio Mattarella. Head of Government, Giuseppe Conte. The government continued to pursue an anti-immigration agenda through laws and policies aimed at restricting access to rights and preventing people rescued at sea from disembarking in Italy. There were numerous attempts at obstructing and criminalizing NGOs that rescued people at sea. Cooperation with the Libyan authorities to contain refugees and migrants in Libya also continued despite persisting grave human rights violations there. Thousands of Roma continued to live in segregated camps in substandard housing conditions and exposed to forced evictions. Background: refugees, asylum seekers and migrants in the country and at its borders. In August, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the Interior Matteo Salvini put forward a motion of no confidence in the Prime Minister, Giuseppe Conte, resulting in the fall of the coalition government after little more than a year. In September, Giuseppe Conte was reappointed as Prime Minister, this time to lead a centre-left coalition government. The second Conte government put forward a new programme which was expected to adopt less populist and anti-immigrant policies and rhetoric than the first. Refugees and asylum seekers. The first Conte government's anti-immigrant policies and rhetoric continued to affect the enjoyment of rights by. Just over a year after Law Decree 113 2018 abolished humanitarian protection status, an estimated 24,000 people were deprived of a legal status, curtailing their access to health care, housing, social services, education and work and leaving them vulnerable to exploitation and abuse. Further effects of the new provisions included the deterioration of integration opportunities for asylum seekers, who were excluded from the local authorities' network of reception facilities, and prolonged detention in repatriation centres in gravely substandard conditions and with limited opportunities to communicate with lawyers and family members. 1. In February, the Committee on the Rights of the Child expressed concern. Human Rights in Europe. 43. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. About the protection afforded to refugee and migrant children and, in April, the Committee on Enforced Disappearances highlighted concerns about conditions in migrant detention centres. The Closed Ports Policy. Italy continued to pursue a closed ports policy aimed at preventing people rescued at sea from disembarking in the country. Between March and April, the Minister of the Interior issued 4 directives targeting rescue NGOs. The directives instruct maritime border control authorities to prevent entry into Italian waters and disembarkation in Italy of vessels carrying rescued people deemed to constitute a potential threat to public order and security. In May, in a joint letter about the directives, 6 UN special procedures expressed grave concern, stating that they constituted a politically motivated criminalization of civil society, contributed to xenophobic sentiments, and potentially discouraged rescue at sea. They urged Italy not to adopt legislation enshrining the closed ports policy. Government and Parliament proceeded regardless, and Law Decree 53/2019 was issued in June and transposed into Law 77/2019 in August. Under the law, a breach of an entry ban carries penalties ranging from €150,000 to €1 million for the shipmaster and shipowner, and the confiscation and impounding of the vessel. Throughout the year, rescue NGOs were left stranded at sea for protracted periods of time, subjecting rescued people on board to unnecessary suffering before they were allowed to disembark in Italy. In several cases, the vessels were impounded either as part of criminal investigations or purportedly for compliance reasons. In June, the captain of the Sea-Watch 3 was arrested after she decided to disregard the entry ban and lead her ship into the port of Lampedusa. In July, the judge leading the preliminary investigation released her, stating she acted in a state of necessity and to abide by her obligations under international law. The Sea-Watch 3 had been refused the right to disembark for over 2 weeks after rescuing more than 50 people. Following the change of government in September, Italy joined efforts by a group of European countries to agree on a predictable disembarkation mechanism to avoid leaving rescue vessels stranded at sea with rescued people on board. The mechanism had not been agreed yet by the end of the year. However, from September onwards, disembarkation crises were resolved more rapidly and relocation offers from other European countries increased. In March, the Senate voted against lifting the then Minister of the Interior's parliamentary immunity, blocking criminal proceedings against him for kidnapping in relation to the delayed disembarkation of an Italian Coast Guard ship, the Desieti, in August 2018. A similar investigation was opened against the same former minister in July for the delayed disembarkation of the Gregoretti, another Coast Guard ship. Cooperation with Libya to control migration. The number of irregular crossings continued the downward trend started in August 2017, mostly due to cooperation with Libya to deter departures. By the end of the year, 11,471 people had reached Italy irregularly by sea. An estimated 744 people were believed to have died or were missing at sea on the central Mediterranean route. It is estimated that 9,225 people were intercepted at sea by the Libyan authorities and returned to Libya, where most were arbitrarily detained in inhumane conditions. Despite the intensifying conflict and systemic abuses against refugees and migrants in Libya, the Italian authorities continued to support the Libyan maritime authorities, including by reportedly donating 10 new speedboats in November, and by training Libyan crews. Italy also kept assisting the Libyan authorities with the coordination of interceptions at sea, including through the continued stationing of an Italian Navy vessel in Tripoli. In March, EU governments agreed to downscale the joint naval Operation Sophia, under Italy's command, withdrawing ships from the central Mediterranean and only continuing the mission with their surveillance, instrumental in informing the Libyan authorities of the position of refugee and migrant boats. In September, evidence emerged that a Libyan Coast Guard official, also an alleged smuggler, had travelled to Italy in May 2017 as a member of an official Libyan delegation to discuss migration-related matters. In November, the Italy-Libya Memorandum of Understanding setting the terms of the two countries' cooperation on migration was automatically extended for a further 3 years from February 2020. Following pressure from parliamentarians regarding its human rights consequences, the Italian government committed to amend the agreement but had not done so by the end of the year. Cooperation with Libya was the focus of several judicial developments during the year, both for and against the government. While one first-instance court in Lazio ruled that the use of aid funds by Italy to provide speedboats to Libya had not breached Italian administrative law, a separate court in Rome ruled that 14 Eritrean asylum seekers, who had been unlawfully pushed back to Libya by the Italian Navy in 2009, had a right to reparation and access to Italy to apply for asylum. 2 complaints regarding cooperation with Libya were also lodged at the international level. In June, the European Court of Human Rights opened the case of SS and others v. Italy, brought by survivors of interception carried out by the Libyan Coast Guard in 2017. They argued that Italy's cooperation with Libya. Human Rights in Europe. 44. Review of 2019. Amnesty International was instrumental to the interception and breached Italy's human rights obligations. In December, a 20-year-old man from South Sudan filed a complaint against Italy to the UN Human Rights Committee. He was part of a group of 93 people who had been rescued at sea in 2018 by the merchant vessel Niven, only to be disembarked in Libya and exposed to abuse there. The complaint challenges the lawfulness of the Italian authorities' practice of transferring the coordination of rescue operations to the Libyan authorities. Left homeless after being forcibly evicted by the authorities from their settlement in the municipality of Giugliano in Campania, near Naples. They were not offered any alternative housing or emergency accommodation plan. In July, the European Committee of Social Rights, in declaring admissible a complaint by Amnesty International against Italy for violations of the right of Roma to adequate housing, also requested that Italy adopt immediate measures to eliminate the risk of serious and irreparable harm to people after an eviction. 2. Right to housing and forced evictions. The authorities continued to violate Roma's right to adequate housing in multiple ways. Thousands of Roma continued to live in segregated camps, in most cases in substandard accommodation. Access to social housing for Roma remained disproportionately low. In May, a community of about 450 people, including around 150 children, pregnant women and older people, were torture and other ill treatment. Allegations of ill treatment in detention continued. In September, 15 prison officers were investigated for multiple crimes, including aggravated torture, for assaulting a detainee in the prison of San Gimignano, Siena, in 2018. 4 of the officers were barred from work by the investigating judge. A week after the news of the investigation was reported, the then Minister of the Interior visited the prison and expressed seemingly unconditional support for the accused, undermining attempts by the judiciary and the prison's administration to ensure accountability for grave violations of human rights. The investigation was ongoing at the end of the year. Deaths in custody. After 10 years of judicial battles, in November, 2 police officers were found guilty of involuntary manslaughter for the death in custody of Stefano Cucci in 2009. They were sentenced to 12 years imprisonment for the beating, which eventually led to his death as a result of the injuries sustained. A 3rd officer was acquitted of manslaughter, and he and a 4th officer were sentenced to prison terms for making false statements. ARMS trade. In July, following civil society campaigning to expose violations of human rights in the Yemen conflict, the Italian government stopped sales and transfers of aerial bombs and missiles to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. 1. Amnesty International, Italy, refugees and migrants' rights under attack. Amnesty International submission for the UN Universal Periodic Review, 34th session of the UPR Working Group, November 2019. Index E30/0237/2019. www.amnesty.org web link. 2. Amnesty International, Italy, Council of Europe Committee takes important steps to protect Roma from forced evictions. News story, the 5th of July. www.amnesty.org web link latest/news/2019/07/ Italy Council of Europe Committee takes important steps to protect Roma from forced evictions/ Human rights in Europe. 45. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Russian and Latvian border maps are seen beside barbed wire fence on the Latvian-Russian border near Pasin, eastern Latvia, on April 10, 2019. Copyright Wojciech Radwanski, AFP via Getty Images. Latvia. Republic of Latvia Head of State, Egils Levits Head of Government, Archers Krišjānis Kariņš, replaced Marijs Gusinskis in January. The government made some progress towards reducing children's statelessness. Latvia failed to ratify the Istanbul Convention. Discrimination occurred against refugees and asylum seekers, Roma and LGBT community. Background. The government continued to construct a barbed wire fence on the border with Russia and had completed 93 kilometers in March in order to, in the government's words, combat illegal migration, discrimination, statelessness. In October, the Latvian Parliament adopted a law to grant automatic citizenship to children of non-citizens born on or after the 1st of January 2020, unless the parents opt for another nationality, a significant step towards realizing the right of each child to a nationality and towards fully including all children in Latvian society. Regrettably, the law did not extend automatic citizenship to the almost 4,900 stateless children under the age of 15. Non-citizen children between 15 and 18 could apply for Latvian citizenship. Statelessness in Latvia remained high. An estimated 230,000 people, more than 10% of the population, were deprived of the right to vote in national parliamentary elections and could not occupy certain positions in local and national government and civil service. Refugees and asylum seekers. In its 5th monitoring cycle, the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, ECRI, found that support was insufficient for refugees and those under subsidiary protection, that is, people not eligible for refugee status but at risk of serious harm in the country of origin, especially in the areas of language training and integration into the labour market. In addition, refugees and people under subsidiary protection reported that they were refused access to health care services. Roma. Progress to increase enrollment rates of Roma children was limited despite various efforts by the authorities. ECRI reported that the number of Roma children enrolled in special needs programs remained disproportionately high. The government's long-term plans. Human rights in Europe. 46. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. To integrate all children with special needs into mainstream education did not constitute timely steps to improve the situation for Roma children wrongly placed into these programs. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people. There was a marked absence of government research, allocated funding or any monitoring mechanism to provide a basis for developing and implementing policies to address intolerance and discrimination faced by LGBT people. Issues raised by ECRI range from insufficient provisions in anti-discrimination legislation recognizing sexual orientation and gender identity as grounds, non-recognition of same-sex partnerships, to discrimination in the workplace. Rape remains unrecognized as a separate criminal offense. Victims face difficulties in filing complaints and accessing the authorities for protection measures and separation from the perpetrators. Women's rights. Latvia had not ratified the Istanbul Convention by the end of 2019, despite an earlier ministerial announcement that the government would do so before the end of 2018. In its latest report, the Committee Against Torture, CAT, expressed concern that domestic violence is not defined as a specific crime in criminal law and that marital detention. The conditions of detention in places of deprivation of liberty continued to fall short of international standards, including with regard to material conditions such as hygiene, sanitation, humidity, ventilation and access to natural light. Human rights in Europe. 47. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Lithuania. Republic of Lithuania Head of State, Gitanas Nausėda, replaced Dalia Grybauskaitė in July. Head of Government, Saulius Skvernelis. Lithuanian authorities' alleged complicity in the CIA's secret detention program continued to be under scrutiny. Proposed amendments to the law of equal treatment lacked provisions on legal recognition of gender identity. Lithuania failed to ratify the Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, Istanbul Convention. Counterterrorism and Security. In February, the European Court of Human Rights, ECHR, communicated to Lithuania a second case in relation to the alleged complicity of its authorities in the US CIA's secret detention program. Mustafa al-Hosseini, a Saudi Arabian national still detained at Guantanamo Bay, was arrested in Pakistan in 2003 and subjected to unlawful transfers and secret detention in a number of countries, allegedly including Lithuania. Lithuania had submitted its position on the al-Hosseini case to the ECHR by the end of November. The case remained pending at the end of the year. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people. In January, the Constitutional Court ruled that Lithuania must grant temporary residence permits for third country nationals in same-sex marriages or registered partnerships. In September, the Parliament started to review a new legislative proposal amending the law of equal treatment, initiated by the Office of the Equal Opportunities Ombudsperson. While the proposal would introduce some positive changes, such as including the definition of associative discrimination, discrimination based on an individual's association with another person belonging to a protected group, it still lacked provisions on legal recognition of gender identity, which have been stalled for over a decade. Women's rights. Gender-based violence continued to be widespread. Lithuania still has not ratified the Istanbul Convention and, despite its passing to Parliament for ratification by the former president in 2018, no hearings had been held. Harmonization of legislation combating violence against women in accordance with the Convention, as repeatedly raised by the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, said or would be a first step towards addressing the inadequate handling of cases by the investigating authorities, such as failure to complete the investigation or to move to criminal prosecution. Detention. Prisoners' rights were still violated. Physical ill-treatment, as well as reprisals for prisoners having exercised their lawful right to make complaints, were reported in several prisons. Legal provisions to accommodate prisoners in need of protection were absent, which led to the provisions on disciplinary isolation/segregation amounting to de facto solitary confinement. Other long-standing recommendations by the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture were still not implemented. Freedom of expression. In January, The Parliamentary Culture Committee abandoned an attempt to amend the law on provision of information to the public, after widespread criticism. The amendments would have restricted freedom of speech and the ability to criticize the government, in particular through the prohibition of the publication of information promoting mistrust and dissatisfaction with the Lithuanian state and its institutions. Human rights in Europe. 48. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. People gather for a protest called for by the family of killed journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia and civic movements on December 3, 2019 outside the police headquarters in Valletta. Copyright Andreas Solero, AFP via Getty Images. Malta. Republic of Malta Head of State, George Vellia, replaced Marie-Louise Colero Preca in April. Head of Government, Joseph Muscat. A prominent Maltese businessman was arrested on charges of complicity in the killing of journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia and implicated the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff, throwing the government into a deep political crisis. Following international criticism, the government agreed to a public inquiry into her death. Over 3,300 refugees and migrants arrived in Malta by sea. Many were rescued by the Maltese authorities, which also allowed the disembarkation of hundreds of people rescued by NGOs. However, refugees and migrants were routinely unlawfully detained in gravely inadequate conditions. Abortion remained prohibited in all circumstances. Lack of accountability. On the 20th of November, the arrest of a prominent Maltese businessman on charges of complicity in the killing of journalist Daphne Caruana Galizia in a car bomb explosion on the 16th of October 2017, threw the government into a deep political crisis. The businessman implicated Prime Minister Joseph Muscat's Chief of Staff in the killing. The revelations sparked widespread public protests in the island. The Caruana Galizia family demanded that the Prime Minister stepped down immediately, concerned that key evidence about the killing could be destroyed. Joseph Muscat announced he would step down in January 2020. In December, following an urgent fact-finding visit to Malta to assess the inquiry into the journalist's killing, the European Parliament expressed deep concern that the delayed resignation of the Prime Minister could undermine the integrity of the inquiry and for the state of the rule of law in Malta. In September, following significant international pressure including during the UN Human Rights Council's examination of the country's human rights record under the Universal Periodic Review process, Malta agreed to carry out a public inquiry into the killing of the journalist. 1 In June, the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly, PACE, gave Malta 3 months to agree to an independent public inquiry into the journalist's death, in line with obligations under the European Convention on Human Rights. The PACE decision was based on the findings of highly critical reports into systemic failures of the Maltese criminal justice system. Human rights in Europe. 49. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. And constitutional setup to ensure respect for the rule of law and guarantee accountability. 3 men charged in connection with the execution of the journalist's killing were awaiting trial at the end of the year. Refugees and asylum seekers. Over 3,300 refugees and migrants arrived in Malta through the central Mediterranean route, up from 1,445 in 2018. Nearly half were Sudanese, with Eritreans making up the next largest group. Nearly a third of people arriving were children, nearly half of whom were unaccompanied. Malta rescued hundreds of refugees and migrants in its search and rescue region. In addition, Malta accepted the disembarkation of hundreds more, rescued by others, including NGOs, on condition that those rescued in circumstances for which Malta did not regard itself as legally responsible would be transferred elsewhere in the EU. In September, Malta, along with France, Germany and Italy, committed to establishing a temporary solidarity mechanism. The mechanism aimed to facilitate predictable and dignified disembarkation in a place of safety for refugees and migrants rescued at sea and a fair system to ensure their relocation among EU member states. Asylum authorities struggled to cope with a number of claims and accepted assistance from the European Asylum Support Office. Very few successful claimants were granted refugee status. Most received subsidiary protection status, which does not allow family reunification and significantly limits integration opportunities. Transfers of asylum seekers towards France, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Luxembourg, Portugal, Romania and Slovenia, which had started in 2018, continued. Hundreds of refugees and migrants were arbitrarily detained in overcrowded and substandard conditions, in some cases for over 3 months, in the initial reception centre and in the Safi Barracks detention centre. There was no meaningful opportunity for review of their detention, which the authorities said was justifiable on medical grounds. Malta's laws allow for the restriction of movement on medical grounds for up to 4 weeks. Which can in exceptional circumstances be extended to 10 weeks. In October, the Court of Magistrates ruled the detention of 6 asylum seekers on purported medical grounds for over 10 weeks to be unlawful and set them free, following habeas corpus proceedings filed by their lawyers. Lawyers and international and national NGOs indicated that the underlying reason preventing people from being released was the failure of the authorities to provide sufficient reception spaces in open centres. The authorities were planning to address the problem by removing asylum seekers from open reception facilities after a certain amount of time to make space for those arrived more recently. However, there were no plans to provide adequate housing alternatives to those being removed, nor to expand the overall availability of places in open centres. In June, the Committee on the Rights of the Child, CRC, expressed concern about the detention and treatment of child asylum seekers and migrants. In March, 3 teenage asylum seekers, a 15-year-old from the Ivory Coast and 2 teenagers aged 16 and 19 from Guinea, were arrested upon arrival in Malta on suspicion of having hijacked the ship which had rescued them to prevent the captain returning them to Libya. They and some 100 others had left Libya in a rubber boat and been picked up by the merchant vessel El Hiblu 1. The 3 were charged with grave offences, some punishable with life imprisonment, including under counter-terrorism legislation. In May, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights urged Malta to reconsider the severity of the charges and expressed concern about their initial detention in a high-security section of an adult prison and the failure to appoint legal guardians for the 2 children before their interrogation. In June, the CRC also expressed concern that the case of the 2 children was being heard in an adult court rather than a juvenile one. A magistrate's inquiry into the case was ongoing at the end of the year. 2. In May, the captain of the Lifeline rescue ship, operated by a German NGO, was fined €10,000 for registration irregularities after rescuing hundreds of refugees and migrants. The Lifeline, which was flying a Dutch flag, remained impounded in Malta. The criminal proceedings and their outcome represented a breach of Malta's obligation to protect the work of human rights defenders. An appeal was pending at the end of the year. Sexual and reproductive rights. Women continued to be denied access to abortion even when the life of the pregnant woman was at risk. Malta rejected recommendations to amend the total ban on abortion expressed by several states during Malta's Universal Periodic Review in November 2018. 1. Amnesty International, Malta, responsibility to rescue and protect people at sea scarcely addressed in review, index, Earth 33/0056/2019, www.amnesty.org, web link documents /Earth 33/0056/2019 /2. Amnesty International, Malta, the El Hiblu 1 case, 3 teenagers in the dock for daring to oppose their return to suffering in Libya, index, Earth 33/1270/2019, https://www.amnesty.org, web link. Human Rights in Europe. 50. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Protesters gather to stage a protest demanding the resignations of Montenegrin President Milo Đukanović and Prime Minister Duško Marković in Podgorica, Montenegro on February 16, 2019. Copyright Adel Moragic, Anadolu Agency, Getty Images. Montenegro. Montenegro Head of State, Milo Đukanović Head of Government, Duško Marković. Convicted of war crimes for killing 4 ethnic Albanian civilians in Zegra, Zerja in Kosovo in 1999 and sentenced to 14 years imprisonment. Progress towards EU membership was impeded by high-level corruption and concerns about media freedom. Repeated civil society demonstrations, triggered by alleged electoral corruption, highlighted chronic poverty and declining human rights, and demanded the resignation of the president and senior prosecutors. Lack of accountability. Impunity for war crimes persisted, with only 1 domestic prosecution. Although 4 war crimes cases remained under investigation, no proceedings were initiated by the Special Prosecutor's Office. In June, Vlados Majevic was. Freedom of expression. Montenegro dropped to 104 in the World Press Freedom Index. Investigative journalist Jovo Martinovic was sentenced to 18 months imprisonment in January for involvement in drug trafficking, drawing international condemnation. He denied the allegations and argued that he was legitimately investigating the criminal group. His appeal was upheld in October. A retrial opened in December. In February, 9 men were arrested on suspicion of involvement in the May 2018 shooting of journalist Oliver Lakic, who had been investigating state links with organized crime. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. Reports of hate crimes increased, but the number of prosecutions remained low. In March, the NGO LGBT Forum Progress recorded 66 discriminatory online statements, including threats and hate speech, which were forwarded to the police. In July, the Parliament rejected a bill legalizing same-sex life partnerships, torture and other ill treatment. In February, the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture highlighted the continued impunity of 54 members of the Special Anti-Terrorist Unit suspected of ill-treating 21 people during a 2015 demonstration. Despite the committee's past recommendations, the unit. Human Rights in Europe. 51. Review of 2019. Amnesty International had not worn personal name tags or numbers, making it impossible for those responsible to be identified. Right to housing and forced evictions. The last 51 of 219 Kosovo Roma refugee families who had lived at Konik camp since 1999 were resettled into adequate housing in December 2018. However, housing remains precarious for an estimated 40% of Roma households living in informal settlements, who will be unable to afford to legalize their property. In December, 28 families in Bijlo Hall at risk of forced eviction were still waiting for adequate housing. 7,975 refugees and migrants had registered their intention to claim asylum, but only 1,921 did so. 5 were granted asylum and 1 temporary protection. Montenegrin police tried to stop people crossing into Bosnia-Herzegovina. Others were regularly pushed back from there. Refugees and asylum seekers. Refugee and migrant arrivals increased. Most were in transit. By the 31st of December, Human Rights in Europe. 52. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Hundreds of people gathered around the Dam Square in Amsterdam on the 21st of April 2019 to demand the Dutch government let the Sea-Watch 3, a ship that has been rescuing refugees in the Mediterranean Sea, continue to do its work. They also called for politicians in Amsterdam to reopen the winter shelter and establish a permanent emergency shelter for undocumented refugees and homeless people. Copyright Ana Fernandez, Sober Images, Light Rocket via Getty Images. The Netherlands. Kingdom of the Netherlands. Head of State, King Willem-Alexander. Head of Government, Mark Rutte. Forcible returns to Afghanistan continued. Security measures used in the context of the counter-terrorism strategy continue to be a pressing concern. At the request of the police, the government announced the introduction of projectile electroshock weapons, TASERs, for day-to-day use. Refugees and asylum seekers. Political pressure to increase deportation rates continued to pose a risk to human rights. The Netherlands continued to forcibly return asylum seekers whose claims were rejected to Afghanistan, including families with children. In breach of the principle of non-refoulement, that is forced return to a country or territory where persecution is likely. A draft law on amending immigration detention rules was adopted by the House of Representatives in July and was pending in the Senate at the end of the year. Due to new amendments, the bill will be offered, again, to the Council of State in January 2020. After this, the House of Representatives must decide again about the new proposals. Although the bill offers minor improvements, the detention regime would remain prison-like in terms of facilities, detention conditions and the use of disciplinary measures, including isolation cells and handcuffs. In Curaçao, one of the constituent countries of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Venezuelans seeking protection were denied their rights. Venezuelans faced deportation without an individual assessment of their protection needs and were held in detention centers in appalling conditions. Counter-terror and security. The Minister of Justice placed restrictions on individual liberties and initially revoked the Dutch nationality of 13 individuals, based on perceived national security risks rather than established criminal offences. It made use of 2 new counter-terrorism laws that are at odds with international human rights treaties and limit the rights to both an effective remedy and a fair hearing. Nevertheless, some individuals have successfully challenged the decision to revoke their nationality and thus remain Dutch nationals. Human Rights in Europe. 53. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. The Netherlands continued to automatically place people suspected and convicted of terrorism-related charges into special high-security detention units, without any prior individual assessment. Without such assessments concluding that a placement is necessary and proportionate, security measures routinely used in these units, such as frequent invasive body searches, prolonged isolation and constant monitoring, may constitute torture or other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. Changes to the Controversial Intelligence and Security Services Act are pending. These changes still provide sweeping surveillance powers to intelligence and security services, threatening the rights to privacy, freedom of expression and non-discrimination. Safeguards against abuse of these powers are insufficient. Serious concerns remain about the possibility of information sharing with intelligence agencies in other countries and direct access to databases of informants. Police and security forces. The police requested that electroshock weapons be authorised for use in day-to-day policing and that the government should equip some 17,000 patrol officers with the Taser X2. A one-year pilot project concluded in 2018 showed that police used these weapons in situations where there was no imminent threat to life or risk of serious injury, which is the internationally recognized standard for such use of force by police. In over half of the situations where the weapon was discharged, individuals were given electric shocks in direct contact mode, drive-stun mode, including when already handcuffed, inside a police cell or vehicle, and in a separation cell in a psychiatric hospital. Direct contact mode causes significant pain to the person it is used on, but without incapacitating them. This usage is inconsistent with international human rights standards. In November, the Minister of Justice announced that this usage, drive-stun mode, will be restricted. Data on Taser use in the first half of 2019 show that the drive-stun mode has been used only once. Freedom of religion and belief. A ban on face coverings in certain public spaces entered into force in July, restricting the rights to freedom of religion and expression, particularly of Muslim women. Human rights in Europe. 54. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. A participant holds an umbrella in the rainbow flag colours during the Skopje Pride March in downtown Skopje on June 29, 2019, as North Macedonia is holding its first ever Pride Parade. Copyright Robert Atanisevsky, AFP via Getty Images. North Macedonia. Republic of North Macedonia Head of State, Stevo Pendrovsky, replaced George Ivanov in May. Head of Government, Zoran Zaev. Despite progress in implementing reforms identified by the European Commission, concerns remained about corruption, the right to asylum and discrimination against women, Roma, and lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex LGBT people. Continued to take measures required by the following a political crisis in 2015 when the then opposition published audio recordings revealing extensive unlawful surveillance and widespread government corruption. Priorities included guaranteeing the rule of law, the rights to privacy and freedom of expression, the independence of the judiciary and an end to government corruption. The Special Prosecution Office, SPO, continued to hold former government ministers, officials and employees to account. Background. The country was renamed in February following the conclusion in 2018 of a long-standing dispute with Greece. The government formed in May 2017. In March, the former Director of Security and Counterintelligence was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment for electoral corruption. In April, 16 police and internal security officers, including the former police chief, were convicted of terrorist endangerment of the constitutional order for colluding in the April 2017 attack on opposition members of parliament. Proceedings opened in December against Katica Geneva, head of the SPO until August, charged with abuse of office and taking bribes. Measures to transfer the SPO's caseload to the public prosecutor were proposed. Media freedom gradually increased and fewer journalists were physically attacked. In May, Parliament adopted a clarification of the exact meaning of and a preliminary amendment to financial laws which had been deliberately misinterpreted by the previous government to penalise NGOs which received external funding. Human rights in Europe. 55. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Torture and other ill treatment. Measures were initiated to address long-standing impunity for police ill treatment, including an external oversight mechanism. By March, the Public Prosecutor's Office was investigating 50 reports against police officers and others relating to prison guards. The International Convention for the Protection of All Persons from Enforced Disappearance, signed in 2007, has not yet been ratified. Discrimination. In May, the new law on prevention and protection against discrimination included sexual orientation and gender identity as protected categories, but did not recognize same-sex partnerships. The commission to receive complaints was not in place by the end of the year. Both the Prime Minister and head of the Islamic community were criticized for homophobic remarks. Hate speech against LGBT people rose before the first Skopje Pride held in June. Interethnic hate speech and hate crimes, including a murder case decided in April, remained consistently high. Roma continue to experience institutional discrimination in education, health, housing and employment, as well as access to bars, cafes and shops. Legal advocates reported repeated human rights violations in cases including property rights, contact with the police, and employment. Around 440 Roma remained stateless. Sexual and reproductive rights. In July, the amended law on termination of pregnancy eased access to abortion, removing mandatory waiting periods, counselling and spousal approval. Contraception was not available at primary health care centres. Refugees and asylum seekers. As of 31st of December, 40,887 refugees and migrants who entered the country irregularly had officially been registered by the Ministry of Interior. Of 490 asylum applications, 407 were discontinued. Of 18 applications considered, 17 were rejected. Subsidiary protection was granted in only one case. Some 47% of applications were submitted by refugees and migrants unlawfully detained as witnesses against smugglers in inadequate conditions at Ghazi Baba. An Emirati woman fleeing domestic violence was released from Ghazi Baba after being granted interim measures by the European Court of Human Rights. The Ministry of the Interior continued collective expulsions to Greece, pushing back 10,017 people trying to enter North Macedonia. Under an agreement with the European Border and Coast Guard Agency, Frontex, was deployed with border police. People seeking international protection reported being unlawfully pushed back to Greece by Frontex after being fingerprinted and detained for 24 hours, for were explicitly told by Frontex that they could not claim asylum. The administrative courts rejected the overwhelming majority of cases brought by Kosovo Roma refugees denied asylum in 2017-18. They had challenged the revocation of their subsidiary protection status, which left them without legal status and vulnerable to deportation. Counter-terror and security. In September, the Supreme Court denied an appeal by the Kumanovo group of 33 ethnic Albanians, 16 from Kosovo, against their 2017 conviction for terrorism. The charges against them related to the killing of 8 police officers and the injuring of 40 others in May 2015 in Divonaisl, Kumanovo. Police killed 10 ethnic Albanians. The accused claimed that the confrontation was set up by the former government and had demanded an international investigation. In December, the Council of Europe's Committee of Ministers closed the case of Khaled El Masri, despite the fact that the Macedonian authorities had failed to conduct a full and effective criminal investigation, as required by the European Court of Human Rights judgment. In 2003, the German citizen had been subjected to unlawful detention, enforced disappearance, torture and other ill treatment, before being transferred to the US authorities, who violated his human rights outside Macedonia. Human rights in Europe. 56. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Pride March in Stavanger, Norway, 2nd of September, 2017. Copyright Amnesty International. Norway. Kingdom of Norway. Head of State, King Harald V. Head of Government, Erna Solberg. As in previous years, the rights of refugees and asylum seekers continued to be restricted, and Afghan asylum seekers still faced forced returns to Afghanistan. Serious concerns remained about the prevalence of, and inadequate state response to, rape and other violence against women, with a legal definition of rape still falling short of Norway's international human rights law obligations. Refugees and asylum seekers. Government statistics published in January 2020 stated that 2,305 people had claimed asylum in 2019, the lowest number since 1997. The biggest groups were Syrian, Turkish and Eritrean nationals. Afghan nationals continued to face obstacles in accessing asylum, as well as a risk of forced return to Afghanistan. The Abbasi family, a mother and 3 children who had lived in Norway for 7 years, were taken from their home by the police on the 15th of June in the middle of night and flown to Turkey in transit to Afghanistan. The mother, who was unconscious throughout the flight, was returned to Norway alone due to her deteriorating health. The 3 siblings, one of them a minor, were returned to Norway after the Afghan authorities refused to accept them. During the 2 first weeks of August, the Norwegian registered vessel Ocean Viking, operated by Leger Uten Grenser, Norwegian Medecins Sans Frontières, and SOS Mediterranee, rescued 356 migrants and asylum seekers off the coast of Libya. After 14 days at sea, the passengers were permitted to disembark in Malta. The Norwegian government refused to take anyone to Norway. 6 EU countries took responsibility to receive them instead. Although the Immigration Appeal Board had re-evaluated its decision the 29th of October 2018 on Joseph Nkusi, a Rwandan national who had been deported in 2016, and had granted him a stay and working permit, he had not been able to return. He was still in prison in Rwanda, where in March 2018 he had been sentenced to 10 years imprisonment for articles that he had posted online criticizing the Rwandan regime. Violence against women and girls. Gender-based violence, including rape, remained widespread among survivors. Human rights in Europe. 57. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Continue to experience significant barriers accessing justice. 1. These include the Penal Code definition of rape, which imposes a limited set of qualifying circumstances and is not consistent with a consent-based approach, and Norway's obligations under the Council of Europe's Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, Istanbul Convention. The law also affects the wider understanding in society of what constitutes rape. Lack of capacity and weaknesses in police investigations also resulted in few cases being successfully prosecuted. From 2008 to 2017, between 75% and 80% of rape cases reported and investigated by the police were closed by the public prosecutor and never reached the stage of prosecution. Discrimination, statelessness. The government proposed to amend legislation to end the possibility of a child's citizenship being revoked because of violations of the immigration law committed by their parents and grandparents. This will include persons above the age of 18 if they gained Norwegian citizenship as minors. Revoking such citizenship will still be possible if a court decides the person's attachment to Norway is very limited. International justice. The case was still pending of a Rwandan national accused of complicity in the 1994 genocide in Rwanda, who had been released in March 2018 after 4 years in custody. The Ministry of Justice had concluded he could be extradited to Rwanda, but further investigation concluded 2 prosecution witnesses were not sufficiently credible. 1. Amnesty International, Europe, Time for Change, Justice for Rape Survivors in the Nordic Countries, Index, Euro 1/089/2019. www.amnesty.org. Web link Euro 1/089/2019/n/ Human Rights in Europe. 58. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Group photo of 10 of the 14 women against fascism inside the courtroom in Warsaw on 13 February, when the judge ordered reopening of the investigation into the attack against them during an Independence Day march in 2017. Copyright Grzegorz Zukowski. Poland. Republic of Poland. Head of State, Andrzej Duda. Head of Government, Mateusz Morawiecki. The government continued to implement legal and policy changes that undermined the independence of the judiciary. Dozens of judges who spoke out against those changes faced disciplinary proceedings. The courts continued to uphold the rights of peaceful protesters, including those who engaged in civil disobedience. Background. Throughout the year, leading public figures, including politicians and media officials, frequently made discriminatory statements targeting minorities, including LGBT people and Jews. In September, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, CERD, called on the government to take measures to end extreme poverty among Roma, and to end forced evictions of Roma and housing demolitions. In January, a man fatally stabbed the mayor of Gdansk, Paweł Adamowicz, during an annual charity event. The mayor was known for his support of LGBT rights and openness towards refugees and migrants. The Human Rights Commissioner, Adam Bodnar, was targeted by officials and state media several times during the year. In February, state TV took legal action against him, demanding an apology after he stated that they had been engaged in possible hate speech against the mayor of Gdansk. In May, the court upheld his right to criticize the TV channel. The governing Law and Justice Party, which has implemented the changes undermining the independence of the judiciary and whose members have been increasingly using rhetoric targeting minorities, won parliamentary elections in October, retaining its majority in the lower chamber, Sejm, but losing to the opposition in the Senate. Justice system. In April, the European Commission started an infringement procedure against Poland over the legislation on disciplinary proceedings against judges. In October, the EC concluded that the government's response to its concerns that the new disciplinary regime undermines the independence of judges was unsatisfactory. It referred the case to the European Court of Justice, ECJ. In June, the ECJ ruled that the law on the Supreme Court, which attempted to Human Rights in Europe. 59. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Oust 1/3 of the court's judges was in breach of EU law. An interim decision from the ECJ from December 2018 had already ordered the Polish authorities to restore the Supreme Court to its composition before the law came into force. Also in June, the Parliament adopted an amendment to the Criminal Code. It introduced, among other things, the penalty of life imprisonment without possibility of parole, contravening international human rights obligations. After widespread concerns voiced by experts in criminal law, The President referred the amendment to the Constitutional Tribunal for review, which was pending at year's end. On the 5th of November, the ECJ ruled that the law, which lowered the retirement age of judges and set a different retirement age depending on gender, was in breach of EU law. In a separate case on the 19th of November, the ECJ ruled that the new disciplinary chamber of the Supreme Court, whose members were elected by the new Judicial Council, must meet the requirement of independence and impartiality. The ECJ clarified that it is up to the Supreme Court to make an assessment whether this requirement has been met. On the 5th of December, the Supreme Court ruled that the new National Council of the Judiciary was appointed in a manner that does not guarantee its independence. On the 20th of December, the lower chamber of the Parliament adopted another amendment further undermining judicial independence. 2 cases were communicated by the European Court of Human Rights to the Polish government for response. In these cases, judges argued a breach of their right to a fair hearing in the context of the reform of the judiciary. Judges and prosecutors who spoke out in defense of an independent judiciary continued to face politicized disciplinary proceedings. An intensive smear campaign continued throughout the year against judges defending the rule of law by state media and on social media. In August, media revealed links between the campaign that involved personal attacks on judges and high-ranking officials at the Ministry of Justice. Following these revelations, the Deputy Minister of Justice Łukasz Piebiak resigned in August. Freedom of assembly. Dozens of peaceful anti-government and anti-nationalism protesters continued to face criminal or administrative charges. In the majority of cases, the courts upheld the rights of the protesters to freedom of expression and peaceful assembly. The courts dropped charges against protesters who, among others, climbed through metal barriers that the police used to prevent them accessing the area around Parliament in 2017. In a small number of cases, individuals were fined for holding a protest under the legislation which gives so-called cyclical assemblies priority over attempts to hold counter or spontaneous demonstrations. In February, a Warsaw judge ordered the reopening of an investigation into the case of 14 women who alleged they had been verbally and physically attacked when they'd unfurled a banner saying "Fascism Stop" during the Independence Day March in Warsaw in November 2017. The women had challenged the prosecutor's 2018 decision to drop the case. In separate proceedings, they appealed against the fines the courts had given them for interfering with the lawful assembly. On the 24th of October, a district court in Warsaw quashed all charges against them, stating that they had the right to protest peacefully and express their views against fascism. On the 20th of December, the prosecutor for the second time decided to close the investigation into the women's complaint. Just like in her 2018 decision, she argued that there was no public interest to justify public prosecution into the case. Freedom of expression. In May, activist Elżbieta Podlesna was arrested and detained for several hours on suspicion of offending religious beliefs, a charge carrying up to 2 years' imprisonment, after police claimed that they had found copies of posters depicting the Virgin Mary with a halo in the rainbow colours of the LGBTQ flag. The image had been posted around the town of Plock the previous month. The case was pending at the end of the year. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people. The newspaper Gazeta Polska was forced by the regional court in Warsaw to end its campaign of distributing LGBT-free zone stickers after one of the organisers of Lublin's LGBT Pride March won his complaint on grounds that the stickers were an affront to human dignity. Up to 64 local councils across Poland adopted resolutions declaring their opposition to LGBT ideology in defence of families, or the rights of Catholics. In July, Amid widespread anti-LGBT rhetoric from politicians and the media, the first LGBT Pride March took place in the town of Białystok. According to police estimates, around 1,000 participants were attacked by roughly 4,000 counter-protesters who threw firecrackers, cobblestones and eggs, shouted insults and physically assaulted some of the marchers. There were concerns over the adequacy of the police protection of the participants and the lack of safe access to the beginning of the march. Counter-terror and security. In May, the Supreme Administrative Court dismissed a complaint of the Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights against the use of classified information in cases of deportation, including of asylum seekers. The court held that authorities have the right to refuse granting access to information on which the decision is based, if state security is at stake. The case raises concerns over the right to due process in cases of deportations when national security grounds are invoked. Human rights in Europe. 60. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. The criminal investigation into Poland's cooperation with the CIA in the hosting of a secret detention site was still pending. The 2015 next judgments in the cases of al-Nashiri and Abu Zubaydah were not fully implemented. In June, the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe noted a lack of tangible progress in the domestic investigation into the serious human rights violations, including torture and unacknowledged detention. Refugees and asylum seekers. Concerns over pushbacks of asylum seekers at the border crossing with Belarus continued. In September, the CERD expressed concerns over reports that asylum seekers have been denied entry to Poland or denied access to asylum procedures by border guards. Human rights in Europe. 61. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Berdiatua, an informal settlement located on the outskirts of Lisbon, Lisbon/December 2019. Copyright Amnesty International Portugal. Portugal. Portuguese Republic Head of State, Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa. Head of Government, Antonio Costa. A framework law on housing with stronger safeguards against evictions was passed but failed to outlaw forced evictions. New legislation on rape was passed, introducing some provisions in line with the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, Istanbul Convention. Right to housing and forced evictions. A framework law on housing passed in September recognized the right to adequate housing and strengthened existing safeguards regarding evictions. However, it failed to outlaw forced evictions. Although the government took steps to make housing more affordable, the most vulnerable continued to struggle to access adequate housing, and residents of informal settlements remained at risk of having their houses demolished and being forcibly evicted without access to adequate processes. Violence against women and girls. In October, Parliament passed legislation to bring the definition of sexual crimes in the Criminal Code, including rape, in line with the Istanbul Convention. However, the new provisions still fell short of international standards, including by continuing to place the onus on the victim to express their lack of consent. Following several contentious court decisions in recent years on domestic violence, a new law was introduced in September making training on human rights and domestic violence compulsory for judges. Refugees and asylum seekers. According to the government, since 2015, Portugal has received 2,144 people entitled to international protection, mainly from Eritrea, Iraq and Syria. Portugal took part in efforts to relocate people rescued in the Mediterranean to EU member states, receiving 144 asylum seekers since the summer of 2018. In September, The Committee on the Rights of the Child, CRC, recommended legislative changes to ensure alternatives to the detention of migrant children and child asylum seekers. Children's rights. In September, the CRC expressed concern at the deterioration in the standard of living of children in or at risk of poverty and at the inadequate living conditions of children living in informal settlements, including children. Human rights in Europe. 62. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Of Roma and African descent. The CRC recommended that Portugal strengthen measures to ensure that at-risk children have access to adequate and affordable housing. There were also concerns that children with disabilities were not receiving the care and support to which they were entitled. Torture and other ill treatment. In May, 8 police officers were convicted of unlawfully imprisonment, assaulting and insulting 6 young men of African descent living in the Cavadiamara neighborhood near Amadora in February 2015. They were also found guilty of giving false testimony. Charges of torture and racist motivation were dismissed by the court. One of the 8 officers was sentenced to 18 months imprisonment. The remaining 7 were given suspended sentences of between 2 months and 5 years. The victims were awarded compensation. Recommendations to ensure such resources made during the UPR. The UN Subcommittee on Prevention of Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman or Degrading Treatment or Punishment recommended in May that Portugal investigate allegations of ill treatment in detention, ensure access to health care for prisoners and provide a prisoner complaints system, among other issues. Portugal failed to create a fully independent body to investigate misconduct by law enforcement officials and rejected recommendations to institute such an oversight mechanism made by the UN Human Rights Committee in the framework of its examination of the country's human rights record under the Universal Periodic Review (UPR) process in May. 1. The National Ombudsman's Office, acting as the national preventive mechanism, continued to lack resources to properly fulfill its mandate, despite discrimination. The CRC recommended that Portugal strengthen awareness among the public, civil servants and law enforcement personnel on diversity and interethnic understanding. Portugal received numerous recommendations to combat racism in various years during its Universal Periodic Review. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. A 2018 law safeguarding the right to self-determination in legal gender recognition and the protection of everyone's sexual characteristics was complemented in August by legislation to secure its implementation in the school system. 1. Amnesty International, Portugal. Amnesty International recommendations to Portugal for 33rd UPR 2019. Index E38/0223/2019 www.amnesty.org web link documents E38/0223/2019 Human rights in Europe. 63. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Actors of the Bucharest National Theatre, TNB, protest in front of the theatre prior to their evening play demanding an independent justice system on March 3, 2019 in Bucharest. Copyright Daniel Mihailescu, AFP via Getty Images. Romania. Romania Head of State, Klaus Iohannis. Head of Government, Ludovic Orban, replaced Vasilika Voraca-Dancla in November. The European Commission warned Romania to roll back legislative changes that posed a threat to the rule of law. NGOs criticized pending amendments to a law regulating the activities of organizations and foundations. The implementation of prison reforms was subject to delays. Roma continued to experience systemic discrimination in many areas of life, including education, housing and employment. The investigation into the excessive use of force by the gendarmerie during the 10th of August 2018 protests in Bucharest remain pending. Legal, constitutional or institutional developments. 2 proposals gained overwhelming approval in a consultative referendum in May. The first was to prohibit amnesties and pardons for corruption offences. The second would ban the government from passing emergency orders concerning the judiciary and would extend the right to appeal against them to the Constitutional Court. In July, the Constitutional Court rejected 2 proposals initiated by parliamentarians to revise the Constitution. In June, the Parliament rejected a draft law, sponsored by a Member of Parliament, proposing amending the law regulating the activity of NGOs and foundations by adding grounds under which such entities could be dissolved. National NGOs criticised the proposed grounds as either redundant, as some are already covered in the Criminal Code, or subjective and open to potential abuse against critical organisations. Legislation on the financing, organisation and functioning of NGOs adopted in 2018 had similarly been criticised as having a potentially intimidating effect on civil society and conflicting with the rights to freedom of association and privacy. The resumption of discussions around the approval of the draft National Housing Strategy led to a draft new law on housing being opened for public consultation in October, ending the previous stalemate. In its June report, the European Commission Against Racism and Intolerance, ECRI, recommended that housing legislation be amended to improve access to social housing through transparent and non-discriminatory criteria, particularly in relation to vulnerable groups, including Roma. Human Rights in Europe. 64. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. In May, the European Commission warned Romania that it would initiate procedures under the rule of law framework unless the government addressed concerns in relation to threats to the independence of the judiciary, lack of cooperation between state institutions affecting the efficiency and independence of the judicial system, and measures negatively impacting the fight against corruption. Such procedures could lead to the triggering of Article 7 of the Treaty of the EU, under which certain rights can be suspended from a member state for persistent breach of the EU's founding values. This followed the 2018 opinions of the Venice Commission that criticised the process of reforming the judiciary as excessively fast and non-transparent and recommended a number of procedural and institutional changes. Detention. The 7-year plan put in place by authorities to address prison overcrowding and inadequate detention conditions, which had been criticised by the European Court of Human Rights in its pilot judgment against Romania in 2017, was underway. The judgment imposed an obligation on the state to resolve the highlighted structural dysfunctionalities or risk sanctions. NGOs, however, raised concerns over delays in the implementation of the plan. Discrimination, Roma. Roma continued to face discrimination and segregation in many areas of life, such as education, access to housing and employment. In March, Blocul, a network of organizations promoting housing justice, published a study of evictions drawing on data obtained from online media and local, regional and national level authorities, including judicial authorities. It concluded that since 1989, over 100,000 evictions had been carried out across the country. Many constituted forced evictions, with people often left homeless without alternative housing provided, or placed in inadequate alternatives. They affected, among others, destitute families, Roma living in formal and informal housing, and families with children or adults with disabilities. In April, in the case Slinger v. Romania, the European Court of Human Rights condemned Romania for police ill-treatment of 4 Roma and for the first time found that Roma communities are often confronted with institutionalized racism and are prone to excessive use of force by the law enforcement authorities in Romania. In its June report, ECRI called on the authorities to implement the 20,152,020 Roma inclusion strategy and include more targeted measures and impact indicators on education, housing and employment. This should include measures such as monitoring the effectiveness of anti-segregation legislation in education, legalizing informal settlements and providing safeguards against forced evictions. Right to freedom of assembly. Throughout 2018 and 2019, many demonstrations were held across the country with people protesting against the government and denouncing their failure to fight corruption, attacks on the judiciary and the deteriorating economic situation. An investigation by the military tribunal into allegations of excessive use of force by the gendarmerie against protesters in Bucharest on the 10th of August 2018 remain pending. The Office of the Prosecutor General initiated criminal proceedings against several chiefs of the gendarmerie and a former Secretary of State for crimes related to these events. National and international media, the European Commission and foreign states expressed dismay at the allegations of indiscriminate use of water cannon, tear gas, pepper spray and batons by law enforcement officials while dispersing the demonstration, resulting in hundreds of protesters and some gendarmes requiring medical treatment. Counter-terror and security. In September, the European Court of Human Rights convened a public hearing before the Grand Chamber in the case of Mohammed and Mohammed v. Romania. The case concerns 2 Pakistani students who were deported to Pakistan in 2012 based on secret intelligence information alleging that their activities posed a potential threat to Romania's national security. The men argued that they should have had access to the reasons for their removal and relevant evidence in order to be able to mount a challenge to their deportations. A judgment in the case remained pending at the end of the year. Human Rights in Europe. 65. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. Protesters demonstrate against Serbian president outside the state-run TV headquarters on March 16, 2019 in Belgrade. Copyright Oliver Bunic, AFP via Getty Images. Serbia. Republic of Serbia, including Kosovo, head of state, Aleksandar Vučić, head of government, Ana Brnabić. Impunity persisted for crimes under international law. The authorities actively eroded media freedom. Human rights defenders were threatened. Background. Opposition parties boycotted parliament in protest of the undermining of human rights and the rule of law by an increasingly authoritarian government. Thousands of citizens participated in weekly demonstrations calling for the resignation of the President and Prime Minister and for freedom of expression, fair elections and an end to corruption and abuse of power. In May, the Commissioner for Human Rights of the Council of Europe urged the authorities to revise draft legislation introducing life imprisonment for serious crimes without the possibility of release or review. Crimes under international law. Impunity persisted, encouraged by the absence of political will for the reintegration of senior officials convicted at international courts and denial of the Srebrenica genocide. There were few new investigations or indictments. Trials proceeded glacially at the Belgrade Higher Court, with no prosecutions for command responsibility. Proceedings began in cases transferred from Bosnia and Herzegovina, BiH, including the case against 5 Bosnian Serb paramilitaries indicted for abducting and subsequently killing 20 predominantly Bosniak passengers taken from a train at Stupci in Bohinj, February 1993. In September, a former member of the Special Operations Unit was sentenced to 8 years imprisonment for the rape of a woman in Brco. In June 1992, the retrial continued of 11 former Yugoslav Army (VJ) soldiers charged with killing more than 118 Kosovo Albanians in Tuska, Pavljan, Zahak and Ljubenik in May 1999. In April, a VJ officer was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment for the murder of more than 31 Kosovo Albanians in Trench. In March 1999, his commanding officer was acquitted. The retrial continued with former state security officials Jovica Stanisic, in his absence, and Franko Simatovic for war crimes and crimes against humanity at the International Residual Mechanism for Criminal Tribunals in The Hague. Human Rights in Europe. 66. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. NGOs criticized Serbia's failure to recognize around 200,000 Serbs forced to flee Croatia in 1995 during Operation Storm as civilian victims of war. No tangible progress was made during the year in drafting a law on missing persons or finding the bodies of victims. Freedom of expression. The government actively eroded media freedom by rewarding supportive media with advertising and funding and harassing critical media through taxation or legal proceedings. The country fell 14 places in the 2019 Reporters Without Borders Press Freedom Index. The president and ministers conducted a smear campaign against independent journalists. Threats were commonplace. In April, reporting of the president's brother's business interests was followed by social media attacks on Slobodan Djordjev of the Balkan Investigative Reporting Network, BIRN. In October, thousands of journalists protested repeated death threats made against colleagues at the independent news channel N1 TV. Human rights defenders. Human rights defenders were threatened by convicted war criminals and their supporters. In July, there were calls for convicted war criminal Vojislav Šešelj to be investigated and suspended from parliament. He had made sexual threats against Brankica Jankovic, Commissioner for the Protection of Equality, who had condemned his abusive statements about Snježana Kongradin, a Danes journalist who had written about the Srebrenica commemoration. Aleknar Abradovic, a dispatcher at the Krušik arms factory, was detained in September accused of revealing trade secrets. He had shared data with both BIRN and Arms Watch, which confirmed that mortars manufactured by Krušik for sale to Saudi Arabia and identified in Yemen had been exported by a company. Represented by Branko Stefanovic, the Deputy Prime Minister's father. He was released from house arrest in December. Discrimination, Roma. Roma continued to be denied their social and economic rights, including education, health and housing. Many Roma girls left school before completing their primary education and are almost fully absent from the education system after the age of 18. 4 Roma families forcibly evicted from a landfill site at Finka, Belgrade, in December 2018 were still homeless in 2019. Roma also faced ill treatment by the police. A series of attacks by youths on Roma in Leskovac in May were not investigated as hate crimes. Rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender and intersex people, LGBT. In July, a lesbian couple from Novi Sad challenged Serbia's failure to legally recognize same-sex partnerships, while draft legislation remained stalled. In February, Prime Minister Ana Brnabić's partner, Milika Đurđić, gave birth, having reportedly travelled abroad for assisted fertilization. In March, the health minister prohibited artificial insemination and IVF for individuals with a recent history of homosexual relations. The authorities responded inadequately to attacks on the LGBT community and failed to collect data on hate crimes, with only one prosecution concluded to date. After the September Pride March, the police stopped protecting the Pride Info Centre, which was attacked by football fans in October. Refugees and asylum seekers. Around 30,200 refugees and migrants entered Serbia. Reception conditions and the asylum process remained inadequate. By the 31st of December, only 252 people claimed asylum out of 12,937 who had registered an intention to do so. 17 were granted asylum and 18 temporary protection. Most refugees and migrants were in transit, but were often violently pushed back from surrounding EU member states, particularly Croatia. Increasingly violent pushbacks to North Macedonia by the Serbian police were reported in September. In November, Serbia signed an agreement with the European Commission, enabling Frontex, the European Border and Coast Guard Agency, police to be deployed in joint operations with border police and granted immunity from prosecution. Kosovo. Background. Kosovo remained within Serbia under UN Security Council Resolution 1244/99, despite recognition of its independence by around 100 UN member states. EU-mediated talks on the normalization of Serbia-Kosovo relationships remain stalled. Prime Minister Ramush Haradinaj resigned in July, triggering elections which were won by the Vetëvendosje Party. Crimes under international law. The Special Prosecution Office lacked sufficient staff and resources to address 900 unresolved war crimes and 2,000 missing persons cases transferred from the EU-led Police and Justice Mission in 2018, and received limited mutual cooperation from Serbia. In July, former Kosovo Liberation Army, KLA, member Imzi Shala was convicted and sentenced to 14 years imprisonment for abducting Hugzi Perci, who was later found dead, in June 1998. Human Rights in Europe. 67. Review of 2019. Amnesty International. In April, the appeals court confirmed the 6.5-year prison sentence imposed on former prison guard Zoran Vukotic for his role in the unlawful detention, ill-treatment and torture of 3,000 Kosovo Albanian civilians held in Smrkonica prison in May and June 1999. Proceedings continued against former Serbian police reservist Darko Tasic, accused of burning bodies of murdered Kosovo Albanians and throwing them in a river following the massacre in Krushaw I Vogel, Mala Krushaw in March 1999. War crimes of sexual violence. Despite one indictment and 48 ongoing investigations, no trials of perpetrators of sexual violence during the war took place. In October, survivor Shahrit Tahiri Siljmani publicly announced that she had filed testimony in an ongoing investigation to encourage other women to come forward. Of